objective prong of the charges, but the court does consider a subjective prong of the charges, and that is it reasonable to assume that by virtue of posting what he posted, he could make the intended target feel as though they were in jeopardy from bodily harm? That is why they got the indictment, because there is this subjective component of case precedent that the Supreme Court will also use in consideration. They take the words, they take the context, they take whether or not he deleted it, which he did. They take all of this subjective bullshit into account too. And so there is this whole subjective component. Is it reasonable to assume that Trump could have felt threatened in any way, shape, or form by his post? And if that is the case, then he's not protected under free speech, according to Supreme Court precedent with I think it was Victoria and Barnes case in 2003. So that was the point that I made earlier.
Comey's comments were after the first assassination.
Even if the poster's intent was the case, the 2003 case said, even if the poster's intent was not to actually perform the harm themselves. And so this is the whole reason that the indictment got passed down, is this subjective prong of what the Supreme Court considers. This is why he was indicted. This is the smidge of minimal chance that, this thing even makes it to court and isn't dismissed on motions based on the First Amendment right. But it is this whole subjective component, because that case said even he didn't have intent to commit the harm himself. If he could reasonably assume that the posting of the picture made his target feel threatened of bodily harm or death, then he is in violation.
And hold that by 4 numbers.
Hold on. I called after Deputy Green. So I don't know how many remember that I did. I think it was Chuck Schumer who was on one of the mainstream media interviews after Trump was severely critical of the alphabet agencies. Trump said he didn't believe that they were being run effectively and that they had some corruption that needed to be addressed. And Chuck Schumer, I think it was Chuck Schumer's quote was, when you come up against the alphabet agencies,
Chuck Schumer on MSNBC.
Damn, H-Head, got it. Do it. What was the quote, H-Head?
It was if you come up this alphabet.
Was it worth interrupting?
They have 101 ways to come up these.
They have 6 ways to Sunday of getting back at you. They have 6 ways to Sunday. Popular American expression. It means that they will retaliate. And James Comey was part of the alphabet agency. It makes the argument that Trump felt threatened. Even though he's used to it.
It would just be a lot easier to respect these perspectives if you guys would just say what you really want to say, which is fuck the Constitution, we want to get even. Burn them all.
Wait. I want to clarify. I do not support Comey being indicted. Okay, I do not support Comey being indicted, and I don't think that the majority. There's at least one.
I think you made that clear. I think it's now later days.
That was more for Sam's reference because he directed his comment straight at me or digit numbers. I do not support the indictment of Comey. I don't think he's indicted. I'm simply making the case for why they were able to get the indictment in the first place.
And I think that he should have been indicted.
If you die on the hill of seashells, you're writing a blank check for the next Democratic administration to do this exact same thing.
So look at the court case Virginia versus Black. And this was over cross-burning. And the courts did.
That's the case. President case.
Yeah, okay. So cross-burning can be considered a threat to intimidation or harm. Is it always the case? No. You can actually go ahead and do this, and you can set up a cross. And as long as there's not a reckless element or a conspiratorial or a threat to harm in that, or damage, obviously, to somebody's private property, then this is perfectly legal. You can do this. It's not anything different. So you have
Do
right
it
here.
in somebody else's yard
That's
without.
illegal. That's and it's an
Yes.
and an infringement on it. But that's
Yes.
that falls under a different, because that was articulated in that what is it case. So at the end of this, when you look at that precedent and saying here we have to be subjected to freaking morons burning crosses, and you may not like it. I may think it's really ridiculous and it's harmful and it's intimidating and it has those. It's still protected free speech as long as it's not infringement on somebody's personal space, harm, or property. Comey can do this by every precedent. He can do it because, again, you have to prove that he was going to be reckless, conspiratorial, and direct harm to somebody that is sitting in that office, and that's not going to go over well. It's just you have a long road to do it, and this is optics at best, and shitty optics. It's not a win. It's actually a setback, which takes away the meaning of what just happened in that fucking Hilton hotel. It just strips everything away.
But the thing is, like, there's a long road of, like, the Supreme Court overturning the decisions. Like, we can go Black versus Board of Education, we can go versus Loving versus Virginia. I can name like 100 other cases that the Supreme Court has overturned. So it's just like, that's what you're dealing with currently at the moment. But what makes you think, I want to ask Brad this question, what makes you think that a future Supreme Court doesn't overturn these decisions? Why are you so confident about this?
Why would they overturn it when they actually argued?
Yeah, but they could overturn it. I mean, like, you know, like,
They could. I mean, I suppose I'd be against it.
The Dobbs decision took 50 years. It could get overturned. What makes you think you're right about it, though?
The Dobbs decision has nothing to do with this case.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the Supreme Court overturns their precedents all the time.
But I'm not
What makes you think?
Chief, we can make all manner of premonitions into the future as to what may or may not happen with the Constitution. But the fact of the matter is it's pretty clear that at least a majority of the room feels that it would be a bastardization of the Constitution. It would be disrespectful to the First Amendment to suggest that we should indict and criminally charge and potentially jail a man over seashells.
Yeah, but why not, bro? They criminally charged President Trump. They searched his house.
It is whataboutism. Whataboutism is exactly what the law is not supposed to engage in.
Wait. You asked me a question. They searched through his house. They violated so many constitutional rights that he had to do. And what they did to the January 6 people committed suicide over January 6. A hoax, terrible thing that happened to these people. They became bankrupt. They lost every single thing. And then now you're trying to sit here and be like, oh, well, and now you're sitting here and be like, oh, well, you know what? You know, it's terrible what happened, but anyway, we're going to just move on with it. No, bro. You have to make the fear of death in these people in their eyes. So people like Comey can't go ahead and put hoaxes in other people's lives. People committed suicide over January 6th, still God.
That wasn't Comey, though.
They fucking died and they're not coming back. They fucking died. Wait a second. People fucking died over. Wait. Enough. Wait a second. Just let me land. You can talk all you want.
You're stacking.
Let me go after you.
I don't care if I'm American or not. All I'm
saying
saying
about you being an American is if you're stacking.
Enough. Stop talking. You can speak all you want. People committed suicide, false charges.
This is the guy human in the
And the
world.
only reason they got reprieve is because President Trump happened to win the election. And if President Trump lost the fucking election, God forbid what would have happened to those people, you know? And you know what happened? President Biden, he's the first president in the history of the United States that did pass pardons. from like 2014 and everything and future pardon.
Cheek,
So what the
Cheek,
hell?
you're gonna have to lay on this plane. You've added
I'm not done.
17
Wait,
addendums
I'm
to
not
one
done.
singular point. No,
Wait,
it's
wait,
all
wait,
these
wait.
points
Don't
don't
add
add
to the conversation.
You're about to be done. Okay, let me explain something really clearly to you.
No,
You're
don't abuse the
filibustering.
word. Don't abuse the word fucking
You're
powerful.
filibustering.
You gotta let him speak.
Listen, you're
No, you're not
filibustering.
bullshit,
Your,
bro.
look, and we
Don't
can keep doing
abuse your
this.
fucking
We can keep
power,
doing this.
bro.
We can keep
Don't
doing
do
this.
Let people finish.
Sir,
All
I
I'm
don't
gonna say
need.
is he did. Wait. He
What
did.
the hell is
Finish. Let me start your talk. Before you finish, can you pause for a moment?
No.
Let me break out my legal pad and a pen so I can write down each and every one of the points you've made so I can try to respond to them.
Enough. Stop talking.
Jesus
That
Christ.
has been done a long time ago. I just keep talking for no goddamn fuck.
Okay, check. You get 60 seconds.
6. Thank you very much.
6.
President Biden was the first ever president in the history of the United States to do preemptive pardons and everything else like that. Why? Because he knew he led a corrupt regime. People in January 6th, they died. They committed suicide. They got bankrupted. The state abused them. The United States abused these people. The United States killed these people. And they did the most horrific, fucked up shit to these people ever in the history of the United States. And then when I hear it's a constitution, everything else like that, I don't want to hear about the fucking constitution. They put 60% of the FBI's informants onto these people. Why? Because they wanted these
15
people to die.
seconds.
I know, love. And they wanted to kill themselves. All I want to say is, you killed your own people. I don't want to hear shit about abusing powers of the executive branch. And I'm done.
And let me go around for you, Stilgar.
And
Let me go around.
I heard it the first time, Ellen. Thank you. So, listen. Cheek, I'm going to respond to the moment in which you careened off the highway of rationale and nothing else. Because I am not presently equipped with a pen to have heard all 15 of your grievances and address them individually. Next time, I'd prefer we do them maybe 2 at a time if you can manage. Thank you. The moment you call into question, the moment you submit any other case, any other legal proceeding in regard to this particular case as a rationale as to why you do something or wish something to be done or why you think something should happen, unless those cases are directly related to this case by legal precedent, you are absolutely participating in one another. You're explaining to me why I think we should wipe our asses with the Constitution of the United States simply for the opportunity to get even over some fucking seashells. Stop. This is a lesson in how to be succinct. Thank you, Ellen.
Yeah, also serious.
Yeah, add me after this too, Stilgar.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm in a courtroom.
so people keep focusing on the fact that they were seashells. It doesn't matter. You could write someone.
You have some level of that.
On Saturday, I
Could
attended.
have written it in crayon. It's not. That is irrelevant. It is the meaning of the statement that matters. Number one. Number two. Let's remember, Trump was not indicted illegally. They followed court procedures. They got a judge. They got
a mugshot.
all of that was done through the legal system. But Stilgar, you said it. Why don't we just admit that we want to throw away the Constitution? No. You say that you're just too afraid to use the Constitution for the reason it was intended to be used, and you're too scared of being seen as having any kind of backbone at all. Why don't we just say that? And to the other charge of, well, this isn't what conservatives are really about. Well, if the quote real conservatives are too much of a pussy to actually use the Constitution to their advantage, well, I think it's time for them to retire their badges and go sit in an old age home like everyone's always telling me I should do, and sit this one out and let the real men show them how it's done.
Using it as one thing, misusing it.
Hold on, I'm after this one, Marshall. I'm gonna pack this up.
I got it.
No, I got
Guys,
I got it.
we had a little bit of a queue going. I am going to give Alan's submission the responses to
I'll be quick.
respond to it at all, and I'm gonna hand it to Viking. Thanks.
Okay, so this is the problem when you have liberals that cross over into the Conservative Party and haven't been around a long time. They absolutely want to utilize the same fucking style of governance. They want to call it under Team Red. And this is a massive problem with conservatives and Republicans. We would never agree to this. We don't agree to this. Like, I don't like what Comey said. I don't like his little fucking picture. I don't like the fucking man, period. I think he's a fucking tool. I think he's an idiot. I think he's incompetent, as evidenced by him handling the Steele dossier, by his investigation of Trump, by him orchestrating and going along with the Obama administration and being complicit without coming forth to Congress saying, hey, I know you're saying Obama here, but he's telling me to go do this, and this is against the constitutional norms. This needs to be checked. This power needs to be checked. So there's a lot of issues. But what you want to hang your hat on is none of that issues. None of those. We want to do it over what Stilgar says, seashells painted or moved in an 86. You don't even know if he actually did it or if he came across the beach and they were there. You still don't know that. You don't even have those final determinations. You don't have all the facts. But you're cheering this on and saying, let the real men do it because we just want to cry about this because this one hurts my feelings. And it's funny because this is now the second time after my workday that I popped into another room and there's another guy crying about Trump needs to be mindful of my feelings and how I feel on his words.
Yes, there.
You can't have that. You can't sit there and say, hey, it makes me feel icky, so I don't want to have it, and I think we should use the courts, weaponize the courts, violate the First fucking Amendment, a constitutional landmark. No other nation has a First Amendment in the correct category that we have, and it's so badass that Trump today dressed up the Revolutionary Guard in full fucking uniform and put them out to the Greek. Guess who? The King of fucking England. Badass. I love that shit. That shit is amazing. That's free speech at its finest. That's great. That's bad fucking ass. But now, in order to protect that free speech, I have to accept a picture from Comey. Otherwise, your tears are going to get everybody in trouble, and we'll never have that. And once it's gone, once you put limits on it, once you start suing, once you start doing the court shit, weaponizing the courts to try to play that game, we'll lose it all. It will absolutely be gone. And why would you give up that much power to the fucking government already? I'll land there.
Are sugar babies allowed to work in the government?
Or who?
Sugar babies.
Depending on where they work, being a sugar baby is not necessarily illegal. It is distasteful.
Like a
It is like is grounds to get you fired. I think if somebody knows about it, that depends on your boss.
Are you putting it on your resume, or are you just showing up there and faking it?
Or for hire? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, he's talking about that. He's talking about the government employee.
Every time I listen to Brad, I realize what conservatives have lost for like the last 40 years. We burn all statements. What are you going to do, Brad? Like, write a strongly word letter to your congressman or congresswoman?
I actually do advocating for fascism. It's
That's kind of what I hear. Every time I hear like so-called...
So, like, let's do this. What I can do is I can leverage money. I can activate...
but it's just like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna write.
Okay, so you asked me the question now for the second fucking time, so now I'm gonna answer it, you stuttering fucking idiot. I'm going to say this.
Brad, he was already losing.
So again, when I look at this and you think I don't have power, that I actually organize, I move people, I fucking campaigns to a high degree of level, that I actually get calls if I want to back local politicians. And these are issues I'll bring up at RNC convention meetings. These are messages I'll sit there and tell people like Marshall, hey, when you're going out and canvassing, this is a major fucking concern of mine. This is a problem that I have. This is something I want to be remedied. So when you go around and tell people about this, Marshall gets these things, and I can spread it across the nation faster than you can. So again, I can also turn around and use the court to go ahead and sue those that want to infringe on it. Because if you think I can't weaponize the court after you create this. So again, you need to shut up while everybody else talks.
Let him finish speaking. Let him finish. Yeah, so guys, as much as I to see you call each other fat gay retards, it's not going to move either one of you closer to either one's perspective. Viking, you and I largely agree on this one. I think the fact of the matter is, it's not a lack of information. It's not a lack of information. It's clearly a fundamental disagreement on the morals and principles surrounding this particular issue. If that's our chief's position, I don't think either one of us are going to change it.
I don't need to, but when he asks me a question, I go to answer it, and then he just keeps this like fucking gurgling fucking gooseneck fucking going on. Then again, you can't expect me to.
Nice to meet you, Marshall.
If you keep this up, you'll be banging symbols together, and he'll be cranking the.
Yeah, but I'm not worried about some know-nothing from Australia.
Marshall, you're the same
I love to have an opinion on politics. It doesn't do that. It's okay.
You're just like, oh,
It's okay. It's okay. I know you're petty. It's all right.
Memory, Marshall. You're the same.
All right, we're giving the floor to Marshall.
Yeah, Marshall, I think you're particularly adept at addressing these sorts of issues.
Particularly with things.
I definitely want to hear your input on this.
So what was the chief contention of the argument? As I understand it, we're talking about Comey.
Yes, I did that today.
So from what I hear from talking to lawyer and judge friends of mine is that it's not going to hold up under review. That it's going nowhere, right? That it's more political than it is actually lawful, which, I mean, says something about abusing the system in the first place, right? If you're going to abuse the Justice Department to politically go after somebody, then it doesn't really matter. I'm also kind of with Brad on this. How do we know Jim Comey didn't just walk up on that image, right? The tendency to punish over perceived political slights, or what look like perceived political slights from a national point of view, I don't think are very healthy to the government and the Constitution. It shows that the rules don't really apply when the elites and the participants of government stop believing that the rules apply. Then they do weird, strange shit that ends in some sort of dictatorial, fascistic kind of end. You can play the game, but you can't play the game so hard you break it. And it's definitely possible to break the Constitution. And selectively applying it is exactly one of the ways in history in which those things then become null and void.
The Constitution is turning 250 years old this year, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think so far, if I'm tracking correctly, Ann and Achik are the only ones who think that this is a good thing.
100% it's a good thing. Marshall doesn't.
Achik, hang on, Achik. Oh yeah, Alan left the room though. I have a question for you. If you believe this is deserving of adjudication, what do you suppose the punishment should be?
I don't know what the punishment should be, but obviously a grand jury of the citizens in DC, a liberal city, where you have no chance as a conservative, in DC, was the one that educated this. Why the hell did you not mention it the whole entire time? He got indicted in D.C., Washington, D.C., with his fellow.
Yes, because that's where the Justice Department files its claims.
You don't have a backbone. Enough. Stop talking.
So wait a minute, Ajik, you don't
There's
have
a
a position
reason.
on
There's a
what
reason they did it in D.C. And I don't know what the punishment should be, but they should make an example out of Comey, because what they did to President Trump should never happen to another president, or should never happen to another person ever. They went through.
Literally, we had a grand jury indict Trump in Georgia, and people cheered it on and argued against it.
1 second, bro.
They said it was the same fucking guy said it's impractical.
Wait a second. These people in J6 killed themselves, Brad. What part of that don't you fucking get?
So,
They
Ajik,
killed
do
themselves
you
because
do you generally?
they went after them for fucking nonsense and absolute terrible things.
So the answer is to violate the Constitution further?
And right now, you have Comey.
He's not going to be movable on
No,
that. There's no
bro.
point in addressing it.
DC.
Listen, Ajik, hold on. Slow down a little
It
bit.
was a grand jury in fucking D.C.
Okay.
It was a grand jury in fucking Alabama to be like, oh, maybe it's terrible. Like, it's not the best thing ever. But it was a grand jury in fucking Washington, D.C. Even his own peers thought he's fucking, they need a trial to happen to him. Fuck that guy.
Listen, grand juries can indict a ham sandwich. Have you ever heard that American saying, H.A.?
Yeah, but hang on a second. Okay. So let me make sure I'm following the logic here. Okay. Based on the lawfare and the misbehavior of the previous administration in the direction of conservatives, you think the solution to that problem is to take a bigger bite of that apple to make that point, right? We're in a bar fight.
No.
I've picked up a pool stick, and your solution is to pick up a pool stick. And you think
No. I don't want a pull stick. I don't want terrible things to happen. I just want certain people to be held accountable. It's Jim Comey. He's one west of the West. Terrible.
okay, but Ajik, the question that I'm trying to ask you here is: you think this is what will stop this? This will put an end to the madness if we make an example out of James Comey, and
because they're gonna feel because
Ajik,
Ajik,
you're gonna have a really hard time responding to my proposition in when it's not in its totality. Yeah.
I just want to say, I want to make Jim Comey an example. Everybody else, I don't really give a fuck about.
Well, right. Presumably, you want to make an example of them because you're under the impression that this is going to cease this behavior from the other side.
Yes, it is going to cease behavior because they have to know there's fucking consequences for their actions. You know, when you're like a kid,
I think that's
you don't have any
speaking like a kid.
consequences.
I think that's a tremendously naive position. You think that
it's
the
not
left isn't going to turn around? You think the left isn't going to turn around?
Every single person that is a Democrat there, you want them to do the exact same thing that they did to conservatives? Why the hell did you think President Biden pardoned people from
What makes you think they won't do it to conservatives?
I don't want that.
This is
all I want. Wait a second, Brad.
No, you keep babbling on and saying fucking weird shit. January 6th had nothing to do with it. You argued on January 6th that Trump saying we gotta go fight like hell was free speech and incite the riot. And now you're going to say this has to do it. No, you don't stop talking. You're a fucking moron that comments on public fucking policies in the United States without understanding. It's just ridiculous.
Brad, play recommendation. Let's not interrupt Ajik while he's reestablishing.
Fucking stuttering gooseneck, fucking Frankenstein sounding motherfucker.
All I want is for this bullshit to fucking end. That's it. And that's
You don't live here.
Brad. I don't give a
Let's
damn.
let him land. Let's let him land.
Fucking go back to Somalia and fight for your own democracy.
Let's not let him land.
Nah, bro. Fucking hell. All I want is for this bullshit to fucking end. Finally, you know? Just let it. And one of the best to let it end, Jim calls it the trial of fees. I don't think Jim Comey is going to go to jail. I don't think he's going to go to prison. I don't think he's going to spend any time with that. But they have to know that they can't do that in the future or everybody else. And that's it, really. That's all I was trying to say for like the last 10 fucking seconds. But
So-
you shut the fuck up.
Ajik, help me understand how indicting Comey prevents this from happening all over again in the reverse when Democrats take power again.
It doesn't, and that's the problem.
So you want to make an example of somebody in hopes to prevent this sort of behavior from perpetuating, rather than just
I
deciding,
know.
hey, why don't we? Ajik, brother, look, okay. So you can accuse me of mod abusing all you like, but that's about the 11th time that you interrupted me in the middle of a sentence that I waited until you were done to start. Okay, I've yielded to you more than half a dozen times at this point. I think, as the kids say, you need to calm your fucking tits. All right. Yeah. When you say I want to make an example of somebody to accomplish a goal, and then immediately say you don't expect to accomplish that goal, all the while the thing that you're putting at risk, the chips you're pressing onto the table and saying I'm all in, is the Constitution of the United States, and that's just preposterous.
Stilgar, the issue I have is that we all stood, well, maybe not you, maybe some other people said it incited a riot, but Trump's words, we got to go to the Capitol and fight like hell. That phrase alone was weaponized. And dipshits like that guy sat there and said, it's free speech, it can't be taken literally. He didn't mean it. The context matters. You can't prove that he meant to incite an insurrection. It's not an insurrection. And I agree, it was protected free speech. It didn't mean to go up there and like hang the fucking members of the House. It didn't mean to go up there and do anything. It didn't mean to go break into the doors and invade the Capitol, destroy it, shit on fucking desks, take computers, take things that really shouldn't, even if you broke in, shouldn't have done it. It also didn't mean that, hey, we should violate constitutional rights. There's a multitude of issues that happened on January 6th. Fucking beating the shit out of a fucking Capitol police officer with the American flag pole is not fucking free speech. And I don't give a fuck if that retard killed himself. I don't give a fuck if he did it. He deserved it. Because again, he violated not only the sanctity of our Constitution, but decided that he was going to go attack the government and beat some poor schmuck who makes 35 fucking K a year, who was just sitting there trying to say, hey, you can't come in here and trash the fucking Capitol building. But he beat him with the American flag, which really pisses me off to begin with. But now I have to worry with some stupid weird argument from some fucking foreigner who doesn't understand how our government works. Now you want me to sit there and say, I got to feel sorry for him and that we should forgive him. It's dumb. It's dumb. No. You know what? You talked enough. So this whole idea that now I have to codify that, oh yes, James Comey should go, then by same mention, you would have to you'd have to prosecute Donald Trump. You'd have to put him in jail. Whatever the consequences were of fucking Comey out of this, if you manage to even get it there, would be the same for Donald Trump. It would be the same for fucking Mark Levin. Who is it? Ben Shapiro. Candace Owens. Fucking, what's his name? The guy who says frogs are gay all the time. All of those. Yeah, you would have to say Charlie
It's an eye for an eye argument, and that's
Yes.
the problem. The civilized world doesn't handle their problems that way. So,
No,
I mean,
it's either the rule of law or we don't have law.
but Brad, the problem here is we've described our position ad nauseum. It's not going to move him. I think when he's saying things like, I want to make an example of him, but I also expect nothing to change and the Democrats to perpetuate the exact same behavior, I think he's invalidated his own argument without the need.
I agree with you. But what pisses me off is when we have foreigners come in here and they don't live here, they don't fucking pay taxes to us, they don't contribute anything to the American society, and then sit there and tell us how we need to actually
I'm to be honest with you, I think this is the conversation. Because
But again,
tat thing, the tit for tat thing isn't fun. Like, we could do the dinner for schmucks thing at any point, and call him a retard, no matter how retarded I think he is.
But still, listen to
move
this.
the conversation forward.
I agree, but again, we shouldn't let foreigners who don't live or partake in our governance or our country actually comment on how we should run our laws when clearly they have their own issues in their own fucking country. And when we talk about that, they lose a gasket on it.
You really think it's
The problem there is you're running
so
headlong
hard?
into an
Wait a
authority
second.
argument.
You really think it's so
Suggesting
hard
that,
that you come
he
in
can't have an
American?
opinion.
All I gotta
He doesn't
do
have
is have a
influence.
flight ticket to fucking Alabama, and I'm an American. And
Of course he can have an opinion, but it's a really annoying and ill-informed one, and one which bears, no matter what his opinion is, doesn't really affect his life. He's commenting on stuff that affect our lives, which I guess is fine, right? Like, he's entitled to it because it's on a fucking audio app and I can't stop him. But it is a little bit insulting to have somebody who is governed by different rules advocate for the essentially ripping apart of your own system because from across the ocean, he thinks that we just don't have a spine. Right? Like, there's something about that is belittling, it's condescending, it like presumes that they get this opinion without any pushback. And from what I've seen of A-Check, most of his opinion is rather anti-intellectual. It's all feelings based.
Okay, but how about this? So I guess the unpopular opinion. So I agree that I think that these charges are validated, and I mean we had a group of our peers vote on this for him to be indicted. So like jury duty, a group of our peers voted for him to be indicted. So then they did due process, right? So like.
And it wasn't that, and I agree with you that yes, there's a grand jury. It's a similar response that was done to Donald Trump when we said, "Hey, this grand jury, you can indict a ham sandwich."
Yeah.
And they got it. They shopped it, and they did that whole thing. Same thing in New York City. They got it. They got their little indictment, and they got to go forward with it. And we all called it out. We said, "This is an abuse.
Yeah.
This is lawfare." If we decide at this moment to say, hey, this is our way we get our get back, instead of actually fighting the true fight, the moral fight, the Constitution, the rule of law fight, then we have just abandoned him that we are, and now we're just a blur. We either have to have that framework now, even in the face right now of the most, like, whatever shit you want to. Like, Jimmy Kimmel saying that shit, that the first lady looks great as a widow. Like, I hate that shit. That shit's, like, that really fucking twists me in a certain way. As a personal level.
Genuinely.
Yeah.
But the idea that I want to prosecute him? No, I do not want to abuse the law or weaponize it. Now, if he was in a bar and said that shit to my face, yeah, I'd punch him.
Nobody's talking about that. You know, nobody's talking about
We were talking about the prosecution of James Comey and Jimmy Kimmel.
Can I do a reset, guys?
Investigated by the FCC.
I want to abuse the my powers because what I keep hearing is one person is talking and somebody keeps interrupting. You're not going to get your point across. And the whole point of these conversations is you're going to hear things you don't like. But wait till the person's done and then say, hey, can I speak? And then say whatever you got to say. I guarantee you that person is going to lodge you the same respect. There's nothing more annoying than hearing 5 people talk. Please. So I just wanted to finish that and wow, you just did it. Mike started talking, you interrupted him. Please, bro. So, and do you understand the point under what we actually have to do?
Yeah.
Do you agree or disagree with that stance, or do you still hold and say maybe this one's a little murky, we should let this go?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this one is a little murky and we should let it go. But I think that obviously the process that we went through was the best. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the question at hand. Is do you want to use Comey as an example? My opinion would just perpetuate this behavior into the next administration, and the one beyond that, and the one beyond that, and it turns into a race to the bottom. Or
because at its core, it's spiteful
do you
behavior.
want to set the example of not perpetuating that behavior?
Oh.
Looking at a pile of seashells on a beach and going, this isn't a hill worth dying. Let's lean into the First Amendment. Let's lean into the principles we've been using to fight against this kind of behavior the entire time, and stand on our 2 feet and not get our panties in another for some shit.
I'm torn.
What? So let me ask you a question, Anne. Why are you torn on this particular instance as opposed to, I don't know, a lot of people have said a lot of egregious, horrendous shit about Trump. Like, what's the hang up in understanding that, number one, like if you do even a little bit of research into the 86 and how the 86 is historically used the majority of the time, yes, in the context of FBI, DOJ, CIA, they will oftentimes use 86 as a means of meaning remove, but very rarely is it used in the terminology of kill or eliminate. It's often used as, remove. So,
Right.
and I mean, that's across the board. That's like across the board. More often, it's an abbreviation for remove, which is not necessarily an implication to kill. So when you take that into consideration,
But I think, honestly, that Comey's a douchebag, so I think that I have like a hard time saying that. I think he's a complete and utter, like, despicable human, and like what he said.
But
so
you agree,
yeah, me.
right? You agree though that, like, I don't know. I feel like as conservatives, we have a due diligence to protect free speech, even the fucking free speech we don't like.
Right.
Specifically the free speech we don't like.
Because otherwise, we have former law enforcement officers in Tennessee getting arrested and spending 39 days in jail and $2 million bond because they put up a meme of Trump that his town didn't like. And he will just be the first of many. Like, it's going to be a slow erosion of our First Amendment right if we sit here and bandwagon that, we think that this witch hunt for Comey is justified. The first indictment against Comey, at least that one had like some criminal merit to it. This one, not at all.
Not for 20 years.
I don't think it's just about that. I think it's about what it does to the rest of the government. It instills this incentive of tearing rather than building. Yes, in politics, as I can tell you very personally, you have to know when to knife a motherfucker, as the saying goes, and like when to build bridges. But we have done a very poor job in our country of building bridges over the last 15 or 20 years. We've done a pretty good job at ripping apart. One of the things I have learned in life is if you want to instill good behavior in something, the way to do it is by leading with good behavior and instilling better norms or rules in the agencies, like demanding hire up the people that work for you. And that instills a much more professional, much more ethical workforce. But using the Justice Department to go after Comey for...
It's retaliatory. It's retaliatory judicial abuse. The same way that they abused him with the judicial system, he's striking back.
I have a question.
Exactly. And the retaliatoriness, the thing that degrades is us all being equal in front of the eyes of the law. Because if they can do it to them, they wouldn't think twice about doing it to us.
They didn't think twice about doing it to us. It's a vicious circle.
Yeah, so this is we're gonna spend the next 10 years doing. Who took apples out of the basket and put oranges and took bananas and threw grapes? Like, this shit is stupid. Like, our president that we're paying should not be wasting fucking time talking about who television networks should be employing for their talent. Like, I'm sorry, this shit is stupid. Like, this was the same fucking president that time and time again complains about Joe Biden taking away jobs. Joe Biden's taking away jobs. Yet he is trying to get several hundred people in Los Angeles fired over a bad joke. Let that sink in for a second. Like, this shit is stupid. This is the same administration that has used Jet2 Holiday on their Instagram page to laugh about people getting deported. So don't you think that side was waiting to get their lick back to say what the fuck they want to say about the man? Come on. Like, this is stupid. We have bigger issues to worry about.
I don't think anybody in this room really majorly disagrees with you. Ben, what were you going to ask?
Well, I'll just make this point. Like, I agree with the general sentiment that, yeah, obviously we have bigger fish to fry. I also think that there's a difference between kind of going back to what Marshall was saying of using lawfare versus kind of what Adam is saying, which is going after free speech. Like, I think that there's a huge difference there. Like, if you're talking about doing ticky-tack files and using rules that are never ever used before, I think that that's very different than using the office of the president to go after your political opponents with actual no legal, like I think that there's a difference there, right? Like, I think the president going after Jimmy Kimmel, is it Fallon? Kimmel going after Jimmy Kimmel I think it's stupid. Like, I think the guy has free speech.
You're right. Considering the solution is to put hundreds of people on government assistance when they lose their jobs. That is a stupid strategy for a president that wanted to put people back to work and criticize his predecessor for firing people, for getting people losing jobs.
But with that being said, it's like, I'm struggling with what Marshall was saying, which is like, okay, because I'm looking at this and I'm going, okay, every single, and I'm not going to say it's Democrats first or Republicans first. Every single fucking president, like, obviously there's a lot of shit that was done against Donald Trump. Like, there was a lot of lawfare, all of this kind of stuff. It's like, so what is the answer? Like, if you're a Republican in this country, what is the answer? Like, when it go low, you go high? Like, how has that worked out for Republicans, right? Like, wasn't that the reason I'm elected in 2016? Was like,
that doesn't mean you can't knife people privately.
Sure,
it's just that their knife hand won't be seen by anybody.
But the Democrats are not doing that. They're knifing people wide out in the open, and they're saying Democrats are daring you to break the rules.
But Ben,
Yes,
do you not believe?
somebody's going to jump off a bridge.
But they're saying, like, every single time the Democrats are doing this, they're like, hey, look, like, it was political malfeasance. It was political malfeasance to call your political opponents racist, and then, like, the Democrats are like, yeah, we're just gonna go after fucking Mitt Romney and say, oh, he wants to put you all back in chains. Like, it was political malpractice. It wasn't politically, like, this was like, Democrats do this all the time, and then what, Republicans are supposed to sit on their hands and be like, no, we're the party of modesty. We're the that doesn't work in America.
But let me ask you a question. The point was brought up earlier, Mitch McConnell, and all of the shit that Mitch McConnell did using Democratic legislation to stack the Supreme Court in our favor and to predominantly have the Senate for, nearly 10 years or whatever. Do you not believe that right is right no matter what? I mean, you either believe that right is
Oh, the judge did talk about, and the judge mentioned sovereign citizens there. Christ,
what I said earlier when you're not listening, I said, cite where Sean Carroll explains why these models are not arbitrarily finely tuned not to produce bullets membranes. Okay, go ahead, explain that.
In order to get into politics, you have to be a power-hungry piece of shit.
Like, I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. I'm Marshall. I'm sure you know lots of lovely people, public servants in politics. I'm saying in order to effectuate change on that level, then I'm saying, okay, so let's just take away the next executive order should be no more executive orders. Eventually, somebody's going to have to break this system and go, okay, it's a parent coming up and saying, you can't play nice with the toy, then I'm taking the toy away from you. If you can't play nice with the fucking power, then we're just gonna take it away from you.
I actually don't have an issue with the fact of Trump going after his political opponents the way that he does, as long as he's doing so with the letter of the law. Like, what's good is good. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And does it make the country a better place? No, not necessarily. But the Democrats are going to continue beating you unless you get down in the mud and play dirty with them. Like, and if that's the way that this is going to break this system and finally restore, like, is it the best thing for the country? No. But, like, Republicans cannot continue to lose. And obviously they've done well recently, sure. But I'm saying that, like, stacking the Supreme Court, whatever. Okay, you're so desperate to interrupt me. I'm just going to say,
Don't even.
He's
done. But it's just, like, I think that's the way. Like, yes, I'm also sick of the pendulum swinging back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's monotonous. I'm a moderate
Do
conservative.
you honestly? Okay, so you're all for Trump using the letter of the law to exact his judicial revenge, but over issues that threaten to strip us from our First Amendment rights. Are you okay with that? Because I don't feel like that's what Trump is doing in this particular case with Comey. The original indictment on the collusion and shit, 10-4, I got you. That indictment was dismissed without prejudice. They could refile those charges. Instead, he chooses to go after the fucking seashell picture. Like, that's my problem, is leave the freaking free speech alone.
Again, I think it'll be adjudicated. I haven't looked at the Comey indictment fully, so I'm speaking. I'm speaking with. I haven't read it personally, but like the Don Lemon thing as an example, like going after Don Lemon for that kind of shit. Like, I have no issue with that as long as.
Me either, but that was a violation of civil rights.
Sure.
It's entirely different.
Sure, but that's my point. Is like, if you're going after free speech and just like coming out there and like, I don't know. I guess this is also a president who's been shot at a couple of times and had three separate attempts on his life, right? Like, I would be shocked if he wasn't upset about the entire, like, obviously Melania's upset. Like, this is nuts. Like, we need to lower the temperature. I don't know that this lowers the temperature. But, like, something needs to fucking happen. This is crazy. And again, going after free speech is one thing. But, like, I don't know. If there's a legitimate indictment here, more power to you. Whatever.
Yeah, I think that's my problem, is I just don't think this is not the hill to die on. This is not where I want my tax dollars being spent. I'd rather my tax dollars being spent on something legitimate, criminally wrong that he did, and I'm just not sure that this meets that threshold in any way, shape, or form.
At this point, I'm not worried about my tax dollars, considering the bullshit that our tax money gets. Like, I've given up on my tax dollars. Let me put it that way. I live in the state of Maine. My tax dollars. There's fucking potholes all over the street, and like tons of homeless people everywhere. You pay a higher tax. Like, and I obviously know that's on a state level. But if you look at the gross, disgusting waste and amount of fraud that's in the
no doubt.
Then I'm like, okay, like, these indictments are a drop in the bucket. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm also like, I don't really care.
Alrighty then, yeah.
I love that Alistair just said in the comments, the system is bankrupt, yet we employ 80,000 federal police officers. Yeah, that's what's breaking it. That's what's bankrupting the system. Come on.
I'm not saying that's what's bankrupting. I'm not saying that's what's bankrupting the system. I'm saying the system is bankrupt, and if we want to save money, we could fire maybe half of the FBI and just defer all those responsibilities to local police. We don't need all these federal agents. And in fact, the federal workforce is down 40% from when Trump took office. And that's because everybody just kicked rocks and said, fuck it, I'm going to retire. And they put their retirement paperwork in. We need competent people in these positions. And what we have is a bunch of left wokeists. In my opinion, we should purge the entire system, shut it all down, and put it all back up on one Palantir platform. You may not like that recommendation, but when $50 billion of your tax dollars are being defrauded in California through Medicaid and the state only collects $50 billion in income, what's the fucking point? Shut it all down. It's completely corrupted. I rest my case, and I am complete.
We should come disagree with all of that, which is crazy.
I mean, why do we need Medicare, Medicaid? Pay as you go. Oh, I got to go to the doctor. Okay, great. Now the government's going to pay for it. But we don't need this annual, quarterly, and annual budget billing system. We need pay as you go. The country's bankrupt. We need innovative financial transactions to help alleviate the stress. Hello?
Do you guys know this guy?
Hello?
Yes, this is John Kitover.
We know this guy. He's the CIA operative.
But when he's right, he's right.
Fucking Donald Trump ran against entitlement reform. Can we all remember that? Like in this last
Well,
election,
he's right.
Nikki
He's
Haley
right.
and Ron DeSantis. Like that was Donald Trump's line of attack. Was I'm not going to touch your Social Security, Medicare. Like that's what's bankrupting this country. It's
My wife called me lazy because I never do the things I say I'll do. I thought it was depression.
This may be the single greatest summary of Islam.
Some Muslims are not that extreme, that they are moderate, where the fun
goes into a cave.
Everybody
And
has
there's a
quiet.
river sweeping through Egypt at this time called monasticism.
Made too much
If you really
sense
become a
then.
Christian, you should give
I
away
guess
your money and
discussion's
live in a
over.
cave as a hermit. Just withdraw. You know, it's sort of like our version of separation of church. I'm just going to withdraw from politics. I'm just going to enjoy my own relationship with God. And so I call them desert fathers. But Muhammad goes into a cave.
Yeah, it's a really good
spirit. Squeezes him and commands him to read. The second time, it's like, he's throwing out that happened at
He
first.
is.
And then finally, he gets after the sight.
Oh,
And that's how the crown came to me. Because these first years of the sight until he memorized French, he could
Wednesday, right?
very similar to rap music. Arab Seymour method is much of it is rhythmic, kind of wild chants. So I goes back to his wife Khadija. She's 40 years old. He's 25. He had worked for her, and then she married him. And he tells her that he thinks he's demon possessed. And she decides to test his spirit according to the shop. And so she has him sit on her left thigh. And says, "Can you see the spirit of God?" So there it has a she began to disdain her form and take off some of her veils.
This must be a real guy.
Did you do a shaving? Is that the end of it?
Terrible person. One of the worst.
The
So,
culture.
Ben is wonderful. I love Ben. What are you
No,
talking
down in Australia,
about?
I like Ben as a person, but he's
I love Ben.
You like town modern traditions.
because of my PTR. That's amazing.
we're just dealing.
You're the first
we're
person
just dealing with
actually
some.
did
That's all we're dealing with.
Most people think I'm a middle-aged white guy.
Bro, I don't even give a shit who the fuck you are. Just change it from Anthony Bourdain and let the man rest his peace. I don't give a shit if you're black, if you're white, if you're Mexican, if you're Kosovo, if you're Jewish, if you're Irish.
I don't want to
I don't give a
risk
shit. Even if things, I give a shit how the fuck you look like. Just change your PTR because the second people look at you,
Oh, God. Okay.
Anthony Bourdain, he must be a good guy. But no, you're scum in half of the things that you think about. The rest of
No, he's not.
Don't take a
Jack.
shovel. Don't take a shovel while he's digging.
No, but the thing is, it's terrible. I don't understand why he does that. You know, it's terrible. It's changes. The horrible thing is
I
the.
want peace. I want programs always.
Oh my gosh.
This is what I'm saying. I don't want peace. I want People like you actually make mistake, you know.
Because of the Anthony Bourdain thing.
Serendipity and other people we can get along, but you.
Oh, he's still up. I was gonna say I'm not touching him.
I had some popcorn for lunch. My hands are a little slippery.
But I have something to propose. Do you think that it's okay to have somebody like that on national television that has millions of viewers to basically influence the public to want the president of America to die? You think that that's okay to teach our youth and the vulnerable, like the people that are very easily, I don't know how to say it, easy to sway, you know what I mean? Like in their position and it could lead, has anybody thought that this could lead to violence?
They should indict Jimmy Kimmel along with Kobe.
I have strong feelings about this. Do I think he has a viewership and that he can be influential? Yes, I do. But this is kind of where that whole personal accountability thing comes in. I think that the way that you combat something like that is you raise your children to be critical
Don't call me,
thinkers.
bro.
You raise your children to, investigate, ask questions, research, and to understand, not falling prey. Because the thing of it is, social influencers can be a lot more dangerous than just in the political violence realm. I mean, social influencers can impact girls and their self-esteem and their body positivity. Like, you could go down a list of ways where social influencers can be detrimental to the public's health. But you know what? They exist. And they exist in a country because we guarantee the right for people to have free speech. And even when it's fucking abominable, even when it's fucking disgusting, we live in a country that guarantees us the right to be able to do it. So the onus kind of falls on us. Like, we have to be capable of using our.
Yeah, well, that's what Donald Trump is doing when he's trying to prosecute Comey. He's using his freedom of speech. He's using the law to go against those who are lawbreakers. And if you don't like Donald Trump using the law, well, obviously you don't know what the fuck the law is. Hello?
No, but I'm talking about Kimmel right now. But
Hello?
But so I would agree with what you're saying, but I also agree that a lot of parents these days aren't raising their children. Social media is raising their children.
You're right.
And that's
shame on the parents. Shame on the parents.
Absolutely. But then there has to be some type of responsibility where we have to take as humans to say, oh, fuck, okay, we're allowing our children to be raised on iPads and iPhones and whatever, Androids, and television and Instagram and all that stuff. Should we have responsible speakers?
No, we should restrict social media. That's the obvious answer. I mean, like we have laws on cigarettes in this country. You got to be 18 or 21 in most places to buy cigarettes.
21 federally.
Laws in place because kids are not smart enough to make their own decisions, right? Like I agree with what you're saying, BB. Like I really, really do. But I think it has to come down to restriction of the social media companies. Like the social media has been. I mean, we're talking about Jonathan Haidt earlier, and Monica and I think Serendipity. I think you were in the room as well. We're talking about Jonathan Haidt earlier. He's on this huge campaign at the moment about social media usage in kids. Like that has to be where this comes from.
Well, Ben, I think you touched on something that's so powerful, and I think it was so subtle that I don't think people really caught it. And then I would ask like people in the room, do people have a problem that there's an age restriction on smoking cigarettes?
No.
Yeah, of course I have a fucking problem with age
Okay, check. Stop. It's annoying at this point.
You asked the fucking question.
No, I know, but it's like there's like alcohol involved with the answer. So hold on, because I think it's very important what Ben said, and I think it's if people don't have a problem with
you asked a question.
And the problem is you don't give simple answers. Sorry, bro. Just hold on for a second, because there's something to be said about what Ben said.
Yeah, I wanna answer this for you.
Go ahead, dear.
Yes, I don't have a problem with there being age restrictions on smoking cigarettes. The thing of it is, it's a tangible good that you have to go to the store, you have to interact with a person to purchase and verify your identity. I think the problem comes in the virtual reality, because there are too many ways to bypass verifying identity. You know, this kind of leads back to that Meta case that they just lost recently. Meta and was it Google? I think Google's the only other one that didn't settle. They just lost that case in California to that girl who essentially blamed her mental health issues on her social media addiction, because somebody handed her an iPad at the age of 6 and she became addicted to YouTube. And by 11, she was addicted to Instagram. And, you know, she sued these companies, and generally they're protected by legislation that protects them from being liable due to content posted on their platforms. But the problem was, they said that they didn't take enough actions to make the platforms safe to protect against children, like make them difficult for children to access. But when you have parents who are logging children in, creating accounts for them, bypassing all of the rules, I worry that this is a slippery slope again to curtailing our First Amendment right. And it's an entirely different ballgame when you're talking about virtual versus in person.
I think the restriction on purchasing of tobacco products is clearly not effectual, right? There was a dramatic decline in cigarette usage, but it basically tracks directly with the increase in vape usage. And now at this point, they're like Motorola's buying up companies who are developing vape detectors to be placed in like middle schools, right? There's a massive market for this. The private sector is running at full steam ahead to attack this problem. So the question is does this legislation do anything? And we've seen I think it was 5 or 6 years ago, something like that, we raised the age from 18 to 21. And now you have to be 21 to legally purchase cigarettes in this country, or any tobacco product for that matter. The sale of Zins and Snus and these sort of like nicotine pouches and vaporizers is at all-time highs amongst those under the age of 18. So it's clearly not having an effect.
Now, to follow up on that, do we think that there needs to be tougher laws on parents? Like, does the government need to step in and have more control over the children? Basically, because parents aren't doing what they're supposed to do. Like, should the parents somehow be held to account?
The problem is as much as I'd like to say that, I don't think that would be effectual either. I think it's a cultural problem. It's a cultural problem that parents have now like outsourced 3/4 of their job to iPads, and they've kind of yielded to this blame everything around my child, not my child behavior. And I don't think there's any type of legislation that we can implement that would improve the quality of life writ large and also improve the condition of that issue. It would have to be tremendously authoritarian and make more victims of like putting parents in jail for their behavior. The juice wouldn't be worth the squeeze.
So like in Canada, they introduced a bill a couple of years ago. I think it was Bill C-81. Yeah, you have to have a look at this, where children are basically property of the ward, right? So the state, and basically parents don't have any rights. So little Johnny goes to school one day, and I know it's gonna sound like I'm going off like a course here, but I'm not, right?
No, I'm tracking. I think you're dead on.
Okay, so children go to school. Little Johnny goes to school, and he says, "Hey, I want boobies."
Yeah, I want to be a girl. Yeah,
I want to be a girl. He goes home and he says, "Daddy, Johnny, I want to have boobies." Daddy says, "Johnny, you're Johnny. You're a boy. Boys don't have fucking boobies. Smarten the fuck up and go back to school and be a boy." He goes back to school. He says, "My daddy says I can't have boobies." They can now legally remove that child from the home.
Yep.
Because they think that that child is being endangered and they want to protect that child. So now the parents lose the right of raising the children because they believe that the parents are endangering the child. And I think that has a lot to do with things like this, like the Jimmy Kimmel situation, the iPad situation, the smoking situation. But where's the line where it stops? Like, I think that there could be a happy medium, but I don't think it would stop it. I think it's a slippery slope, like what Serendipity was saying, and you were saying, that where does it stop? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, the issue is when we want the government to use tweezers, all they have is a hammer. And if we put this kind of control in their hands, it's largely not going to improve conditions of what we set out to improve, and it's likely to worsen conditions elsewhere. And I just think, yeah, it's a recipe for disaster. Unfortunately, it feels like a more tenable solution than hoping the culture will change. But like, unfortunately, kids are gonna have to die of popcorn lung, and we're gonna have to allow them to suffer the consequences of sucking down vegetable glycerin by the gallon, and then something will change.
A couple of things, yeah. A couple of things. When the smoking age was raised to 21, less teenagers smoked, and I think that even though the number of vapors is increasing, I think the total teenage vapors is still lower than those that were smoking cigarettes before the age.
No, it's actually higher. It's actually higher.
Well, the trouble is
I just looked at. It's not the opposite right now. But,
maybe in America, sorry, I know in Canada it's a big problem.
Edie's right based on the statistics, but the problem is like, how do you account for the kids that are certainly hiding it from their parents, certainly aren't responding to these sorts of surveys? And if you look at the private sector, there's investment going into like anti-vaping technologies. I work with public schools in a security capacity, and the demand right now for the ability to identify and address the behavioral issue of vaping in schools is like the number one topic on everybody's mind. It's more important than school bus crashes. It's more important than school shootings at this point. And you go online right now and buy a 510 battery, which is like a commonly used variant of battery for vaporizers that looks like a fucking highlighter, right? Like, there's products being marketed to enable children to do this. There's products being marketed to prevent them from doing this. It's definitely a problem. Right. Cigarette use is naturally going to go down when the dramatic increase of vaping happens.
Right.
And the problem is, so sorry, Edie, because I'm in the space of vaping, and I know a lot about it, and it's a fucking huge problem because even in the States right now, I think there's only 2 or 3 vape products that are actually legal, FDA approved, right? All of these vapes that you guys see, like Craze, Aloe, they're illegal. But they're selling them like crazy.
So, right. So making laws changing the legal age doesn't seem to be the way to do it because manufacturers are still targeting these products.
No, the problem is that there's only one company or 2 companies that are manufacturing vapes in America. The rest are being manufactured in China, and they don't give a fuck what they're putting in it.
And so, but the ones that are legally doing it still will find a way to target younger people, even though there's not legal. They'll just say it's not for younger people, even though we're making it in bright colors and all this stuff, And then you have, stores are selling these things, just like with THC products. There's stores all over the place in states where it's not legal unless it's a dispensary, but they're still selling a THC product that, that they're not supposed to have because nobody does anything about it.
Well, look at Florida. They don't call it THC, they call it Delta 9.
There's stuff that's actually labeled THC in stores. So I don't know how big
THC is an umbrella category of a bunch of different molecules, and what they're essentially doing is creating these loopholes in the law to circumnavigate certain rules and make these THC analogs that are then legal for sale in this gray market capacity. The problem here is I firmly believe that is like a direct result of what we see as the government.
Right. Well, that's the I think that's the point I'm getting to. The government, and when you talk about social media, so there's still, kids still can't go to see like R-rated, I don't think they call them R anymore, but there's still restrictions.
No, they're still R-rated.
No, they're R-rated.
Okay. But but So I was like, well, then what's the problem with having that social media? But then the rest of us, adults and everybody, are going to have to put some sort of ID in when we log in, right? That's the only way to verify. Other than, unless they just say, are you 18 or over? Which obviously isn't going to verify unless you put some ID, which I don't think we want to do. Put an ID every time we log into social media. So the government trying to regulate these things, use the government to control these things, it's not a good solution. I don't think we want to keep giving the power to the government to do it. It has to come down to the parents. And although it's hard to do, I mean, that's the only way you're really going to do this.
But that's what I'm saying.
Some of these things
are doing their job.
Some of these things are the fault of the
That's the only way to. The parents need to start doing their fucking job, because you don't want to rely on the government to do it, because it's not going to work.
Some of these things are the direct fault of the government, and like the cannabis thing is, it actually it makes the argument into these other categories insofar as if the government would do what the clearly overwhelming majority of the American populace wants, which is like federally legalize cannabis like Canada did, then we wouldn't have to have all these loopholes and workarounds, because unfortunately some of these loopholes and workarounds are totally innocuous and they buy it at the head shop and they don't even get high and it's no big deal. Some of them are bath salts. Right?
Yeah.
Bath salts was the same thing. It was analogs of other compounds that were otherwise made illegal. This is like a problem of the government not appropriately regulating the market.
Can I interrupt? I hate to interrupt people. I just want to point out one thing. I want to bring everybody aware to the chat of the threat that I just got from a check. And I think that you guys should all be aware of this. BB, you're a wanker, and I hope you shit yourself in public. I think that's uncalled for. And I think we should all stand up against
shitting yourself in public.
Shitting yourself in public.
Yeah, we don't want that's
So the thing is,
just going to say, are they marketing? Part of the problem is the marketing effort to market towards kids, how the advertisements look. I mean, we have that problem in my industry. It's a big problem, and there's mass torts actions and big lawsuits that have been settled because the marketing is appealing to kids. And, there's a high
any marketing is appealing to a child.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter if it's geared to a 50-year-old.
I understand that.
Largely what we're getting at, though, is what we're saying.
Yeah, I mean, we have it in the gambling world. It's a big problem. And
the government's lack of action in terms of vaping leads to that. Like BB said, there's 2 or 3 vapes that exist in the country that are actually able to be legally sold, and the rest of them are operating in this weird gray marketplace. And crackdowns kind of ebb and flow at this point.
But what does the packaging look like? That's my question.
Packaging. Like people
what I'm saying, Abby, is that's what's incentivizing the sale of these products in these gray markets, making them more easily accessible to these kids.
So
right, and they look attractive to kids. I mean,
that's a minute ago about a vape battery that you can buy on Amazon that looks like a highlighter. It looks a one-to-one highlighter.
How long are you guys going to go on about vapes? Because we haven't even gotten to COVID-19 injections, for all these youth. I mean, that Pfizer, Coca-Cola brand push. Wow, what an incredible marketing. Moderna, J&J. Oh, wow.
But I think there's a misconception where people are thinking that the packaging is what attracts children. It's not. It's the flavors. It's strawberry.
I have a genuine question. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, you added kerosene to cornflakes, and obviously nobody's actually going to do that. But there are consumer protection laws. I asked this as a genuine question. I don't have an answer to this. But you see this RFK Jr. is doing a bunch of shit where he's saying you can't have all of these harmful chemicals in our food, which is that should be well, no shit. But I ask you this genuine, is there any recourse for that to say, hey, these chemicals are really, really harmful and you just can't sell this in this country because this shit is just really
The problem is the chemicals aren't harmful until they get heated.
Okay. So
and then it changes the molecular structure, and that's where the chemicals that are in vapes, they only become harmful once they ignite. Once they get on the heat, the battery heats it, and it turns into the vapor. That's where the poison comes into effect. Before
and that's to your earlier point that the whole vape market was a niche market. There was a kind of a nice little cottage industry of mom and pop shops popping up, and people who wanted to be into the vaping thing had to wind their own coils and make their own canisters and like build these vaporizers, and they were largely like purchasing the vape juices domestically made here. Go into any gas station within a 5-mile radius of
now that's treating the ball numbers as like constant values for universes you might find yourself in, and then there's less of them in the natural, right? Which is a crude analogy because it's actually like way more complicated than that, but like it makes the point.
I mean, I have this thing in my Islam essay, which is just I have it be numbers drawn on a piece of paper, drawn out of a hat. So I'll call it the hat argument now, but anyway, it's just the fine-tuning argument for God. Or sorry, for atheism.
No, we should call it the stepping in the buckets argument. And stepping in the bucket is a thing from baseball where you, instead of stepping towards the plate with your lead foot, you step away from the plate. Thank you.
Do you guys mind if we just quickly, Deepak, can you just cover, because I don't know how much time we have, can you just tell me what happened with your resolution with Zelini?
I mean, I actually, you asked, I messaged you. I mean, you asked the question, like on that. I can't do that.
Okay, but I mean, can you tell me, since I don't know how to read?
Well, the R is like, he just thinks that, like, what is not to hear him thinking that, a bit, okay, like, he just thinks that, like, a Bayesian sort of analysis of epistemology is, like, not the right way to, like, describe the majority of situations, even mundane ones. I mean, partly it's based on, mostly it's just based on the fact that that doesn't actually describe how people update their beliefs, right?
But they do.
I mean, that's not actually a super crazy thing to think, to be honest with you. That like, people are not like perfect Bayesian machines, and we don't actually typically
Well, there's a difference between being a perfect Bayesian machine and like, doing this sort of belief update that roughly corresponds with like Bayesianism by analogy. Right. And I think there are times when people don't even do that, right? Like when like all these cognitive biases, like, the librarian example and stuff.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. People are irrational all the time, so it's hard to say. So like the thing is like typically you want to say it's a model of like ideal reasoning or something.
Right. And Zeleny thinks that that's actually, there's no fact of the matter about like, maybe I'm being too strong about what he's saying, but maybe that's.
He's probably correct. I probably agree.
Bro, I'm gonna bring it back up. Whatchamacallit? Yeah, I saw that God Logic one today. I thought that was pretty funny.
He just did one like 2 minutes ago. The Muslims are running, and the Muslim was begging for mercy, and his mods kicked the God Logic off. They were trying to save the guy.
I saw that one too, and he was like, "Man, you agreed with what I'm saying to you about." Yo, I was thinking about that verse.
The Muslim was trying to say that he was uncreated. He was a thought, and so he was uncreated.
Hello, moderators.
He was trying to say he was.
I'm gonna take a nap. Somebody will
Good evening, moderators. I'm wondering if anyone can be kind enough to read the text in my PTR. Thank you.
Okay. The quest of the Holy Grail, the search for the stone of the philosophers, by whatever name we choose to call the great work, is therefore endless. Success only opens up new avenues of brilliant possibilities. Yeah, verily and amen. The task is tireless and its joys without bounds. For the whole universe and all that is in it, that in it is, what is it but the infinite playground of the crowned and conquering child, of the insatiable, the innocent, the ever-rejoicing heir of space and eternity, whose name is man, I guess. Okay? All right, dog. Cool. I hope I read it as best I could. I need it.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, like, we sit here and we talk about the GOD all the time, but man in itself is quite remarkable. I mean, we're fully automated. It only takes on a man and a woman to bust a nut and have a great orgasm. I mean, look at Barth. He's got 4 incredible children that he loves with his heart.
You already forgot about the golden calf.
It's too early to have him in the room. He's just gonna kill the room. So, but later on, you come up later on.
It's trying to acknowledge the creation, but not the creator. That's what got them wrong in the first place.
Too early in the room to have him. He's good life when the room dying out.
Bro, Megatron, Alistair is actually pretty cool. You're the one that's ruined the room. You kicked me down because I disagree with you.
You're being personal.
No, you aren't. You're being very vindictive.
No, you're being disrespectful. So
Alright, things are about to get weird.
If anything, you guys will be sitting together. That's why I'm behaving myself.
Why? Because I'm scared because somebody's got a green bean? Like I give a fuck if you're gonna kick me out of the room?
I'm not gonna kick you out.
What's that?
Bro, you are.
Here's the other thing. Here's how it started, and I think this is also a more reasonable question to ask. Is like, let's say there's a claim and you use it to like update your beliefs, right? Like, what is it that's really doing the work, quote unquote, right? Is it the claim itself, or the background information that like gives you the the reliability for the claim?
Yeah, I've explained that point to Deepak because you could just say, look, the claim in this context is like a piece of data of like, it's an observation that somebody is like testifying to you or something, or they're assenting to something or whatever. So it's like the data is like an observation of a person doing this, And the idea is like, you could tell me what my background is, right? Like I could be like, in this kind of context, people are usually honest. That's just like an easy one, like you could come up with other ones that would also make it happen.
Moderators, I'm just wondering, I know you guys will go on forever, so I'll have to just speak up. I'm wondering if somebody could read my PTR. Hello?
I'll read it. Don't worry.
So, Jesus Christ. So you have that in your background, right? Before you get a claim, right? So you haven't made this observation yet of a person, testifying to something.
I never killed one Kurd.
But you killed the Shias, right?
More than I got fingers and toes.
And they let you live and suffer life. Like
they have a $50,000 fucking price tag on my head.
They let you live because you suffer like a pig.
I suffer like what kind of pig?
Like the pig you
want to throw your pearls at me?
So you granted them a martyrdom, right? Heaven, but they granted you hell and fire and suffering.
Dude, I was the
and the health impacts didn't seem to be significant.
That's why you sound like a fucking devil here.
He has like the best rate. I'm telling you. And as a result of that,
I mean, look, dude, I'm a Georgia boy. You shoot at me, I'm gonna shoot at you. But like, I don't want to hurt anybody. I want there to be a medic. Like, it's not my fault you turned me into the old me.
The problem that increased the proclivity.
You're not shit, so don't talk to me.
No, I mean, I'm not shit because God is great and I made myself small.
No, what are you telling people if you're a medic?
Because I had a gun and people were shooting me.
What kind of gun did you have?
An M4, a 249, 12 gauge, and an M9.
What do you do with a 12
Dog is a shit. Got it?
Dude, when I wore my full battle rattle, I was 130 pounds heavy. But I would do 12 miles in on a 6-hour dismount. Like we would just walk through the city.
Yeah, I'm
sitting indoors,
soft
knocking, hard knocking, running the shit out of shit.
Right now, I'm skinny as fuck, and I weigh 195 pounds.
I'm 155 pounds, and I don't really give a crap.
That's not big. PCR that shit.
Right, you act like I won't smoke a joint in your fucking face.
Why don't you have a Smith & Wesson? You said you're a Georgia boy.
Because I prefer my Berettas. Like, dude, I am a Georgia boy. I have my own gun range in my own backyard. Like, dude, it's 8:30 right now, right? You know, what if I go like 1, 2, 3? Like that.
Yeah. Should we just contact FBI? What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
I love Jesus.
Dude.
Why don't you?
Man.
Why don't you recite a surah and then shoot at the gun? I think it's when you kill Sunnis, you're allowed to have a gun in your ass in case they try to kill you back. That's gangsta.
Yeah, I told you, my friends are.
He's my friend. He's not your friend.
He's been a friend for years on this app. You just met.
Oh, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
I've been on here for 5 years. Everybody knows who that is.
Hell yeah. What up?
I could be drunk and retarded, or I could be really sober like I am now and tell you you're full of fucking shit.
No, you're not. You're not going to be shooting in front of my door.
Dude, if I wanted to get rid of you, I wouldn't even, like, get anywhere near your door.
Oh, Joe. Megatron is a friend. All right, you two should be friends.
Well, I'm not trying to pee on his leg and tell him it's raining.
I get that. But you guys are like the same, come from the same cloth. You're just a southern version. He's more than.
Well, that might be the inherent difference. Or a vast difference, because I'm a man
Hmm.
But yeah, so like the progressive elites of the last 100 years are a group of boxes who basically took over from the old American Christian WASPs essentially, and then became the new leaders of America through democracy and infiltration.
Makes sense. I like how you compare current CEOs to like aristocrats, like kings, doing that's what they are,
right?
In their corporate structure.
Right, they're just a group of free market aristocrats, right? Where they have a lot of power and influence, but they have no obligation to their own country, their own people. They just have obligation to their own family and capital, essentially, right? And to their corporation.
Right.
So now all the aristocrats, merchant class, and middle class owe no loyalty to their own country. And we have globalist capitalists, globalist finance, but we also have globalist consumers who want to buy cheap goods from China, right?
Hi, guy. Hello.
Hello.
Are you Christian, guys? Are you Christians?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Yeah, why Jesus got crucified?
Jesus got crucified because the Jewish people were waiting for a Messiah, and Jesus said in certain terms that he was the Messiah, and the Jews didn't like that, and they were given a choice by Pontius Pilate, who was a Roman governor, and and they said, would you rather crucify a criminal named Barbarous, who was a murderer, a rapist, and a thief? Or would you rather crucify a person claiming to be God who was trying to create social change in the Near East?
He got crucified.
And they chose, all right, Amen. I'll see you later.
Wait, can I ask?
Losers.
No, he's gone. You can wave him. You can add him and wave him if you want. But I don't really talk to retards. So.
That was a nice answer, bro. I mean, we're getting there.
There are different ways to see the figure of Christ. One of the things he was trying to do is bring back the custom of the Jubilee, where you forgive the debts of the lower classes that Jews used to practice, but started practicing less and more with the Pharisees. And, the Lord's Prayer is forgive the debts of those who owe money to you as if you would like to have your debts forgiven. But a lot of modern Christians changed that word from debt to sin, and they kind of missed the mark on that. So I would say a lot of Christians aren't really Christians. They're subverted Christians.
So what you're trying to say when people say Jesus died for our sins, it's Jesus died for our debt?
Our debt, correct.
Okay. But I think that makes even less sense than sins. Or maybe because I've heard it so many times.
Right, correct. I get where you're coming from, but it's not just sins that he died for. It's also debt and because the forgiveness of debts is what prevents indentured permanent servitude of your family for the next 1,000 years or 500 years. That the Jews practiced is what was a way of preventing their own people from becoming permanent indentured servants. Whereas liberals think that there's nothing wrong with permanent indentured servitude.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the same concept in Islam there is for it with regards to interest. That is why
that came from Christianity and Judaism and Sumer and Babylon way before Islam even existed.
Wherein interest was forbidden.
Too much interest was forbidden, but instead of giving people money and welfare, what they did
Voters
was
of the 16th district. This is John
Sumer, right, which is one of the oldest civilizations. You can see this in all the Near East derivative civilizations like Babylon and so many different groups of people in that region before the Jews.
But Jews, I think they practice a lot of what is it called? The practice of interest, usury or something, right?
Right, but that's when they more came to that developed more when they became a minority of the Romans and then came into Europe, right? And there weren't that many jobs for them to go into, so then they went into usury. Yeah. But the Catholic Church historically were against usury until they weren't, and until they weren't the power structure of Europe. And the Catholics are the last Christians to practice the Jubilee, actually, historically.
What is the Jubilee?
The Jubilee is the forgiveness of debt of the lower productive farming class so that they wouldn't be in permanent indentured servitude.
But how can a church forgive the debts of farmers when the debts are with the banks?
Well, because in those times the church had a lot more influence, so they could. And then in historical Sumer, let's go back to pre-Christianity and pre-Judaism. How did ancient Near East societies practice debt forgiveness? There was two types. One was that every time there was a new coronation of a king, he would forgive the debts. And because the debts were taken, let's say you were a poor farmer and your tools broke and you're a poor farmer, so you can't buy it, right? You would go to a local temple, which is a religious, or you would go to the king and the king's state and ask for a loan. Okay, and over a period of time, those loans would stack up, but you were still able to produce wheat productively because you got those loans. So every 7 years, or whenever a new king was coronated, all those debts would be forgiven and you would have a clean slate again. And then every 50 years, the king and the religious temples would redistribute all the land in their society so that people could go back to their homeland and then allow for the free market again. And over those 50 years, you know, the best farmers and the richest farmers would eventually have most of the land again. And this was a way to reset the system every 7 to 50 years so that you wouldn't have permanent indentured servitude of like 3 to 4 or 5 generations of people being indentured servants to the same rich people.
So it was before Christianity, you're saying?
Yes, it was before, and then it was during Judaism, and then it was also during Christianity. The Catholic Church did have jubilees in the Middle Ages, actually, but they kept the practice going as a structure.
So you don't believe in the whole idea of Jesus died for our sins? Like if a Christian commits, say, a lot of crimes, say Hitler, and he's a practicing Christian, he won't go to heaven just because he's a
There's
Christian?
an element of that. Yeah, there is an element of that, but it depends how you interpret it. Does that mean that your job is to never commit sin? Probably not, because we are fallen and only Jesus is sinless. So from my perspective, it's normal for humans to commit sin, but you should repent as a Christian and you should try to do better. But I don't expect everyone to be able to become Jesus Christ on earth.
Yeah, but say somebody rapes a little kid and then they die. So they, according to you, they'll go to heaven because they're a Christian.
That's where I'm like a little bit unsure. I don't know if it's just to believe in Christ or repenting of your sins and then trying to be a better person in this material life before you get to heaven, right? And trying to actually change your life for the better. I think that process is what makes you Christian.
And what is the concept of repentance in Christianity?
Repentance is asking for forgiveness, understanding that what you did was not a good thing, that it was bad, and that you should try to change your life so that you no longer live in that type of lifestyle.
So it's not going to a confession.
That is part of that. Yeah, like that is part of it. The confessional is part of repentance, right?
So this couple, they like constantly are constantly like fighting all the time.
So what if Jesus died for your sins, then what is the point of repentance?
She chases him around town. He keeps screaming at her. It's like a fucking comedy routine.
Because
I put him on YouTube last year. There they are again, getting in the same fight. He's leaving. He's like, she just cries and chases him. Why are you doing this? Why are you leaving me alone? It's so crazy. Alright, everybody, this is my garden here. In Chicago, this one's dead. An Amazon fail, another Amazon fail. This little guy here is sprouting up quite nicely. And we're going to try to put it in a different...
But you think Christ is God, right?
Beholder, see how big we can get it to grow.
So you're becoming like
There's
God?
another little succulent.
I mean,
These are all succulents. Our succulents over here are
all religions worship their
I can't
gods,
believe
so
it.
are more like them than
And there's only social media.
So not all religions.
Oh, are they still fighting?
not
back at
all
it again?
religions, but I would say
Where do
that
they go to now?
having this idea of a God above you,
He's like, I'm gonna punch you on the face.
from your perspective as an Indian,
I don't
No,
know.
I'm not a Hindu.
Just call it a day. Like, why does the man have to like also add to the drama? Can anyone explain that to me? Like, isn't that kind of gay?
greater idea.
Maybe he just doesn't like women or something. Maybe he doesn't like hot young chicks that are just like crying and want to just bang them. He's like, I'm gonna punch you in the face if you keep talking to me. Stop talking to me.
You could have Indian gods that
Everybody, we're going to the front of the house see if we can capture it
gods, but
from another angle. I think he may.
I told you I'm not a Hindu. I have no idea. I'm a Muslim. So, but I mean, we worship God just to like thank God or whatever, right? And just to worship Him, to let Him know that we are His servants and whatnot. Also, so there's this saying which roughly goes as praying is like keeping the cloth of faith clean. If you don't pray, the cloth gets dirtier and dirtier.
Yeah, so I don't understand what you don't understand about Christianity when it's similar in that respect.
No, I mean we can't be godlike. I mean that's like the the biggest sin that you could ever do is try to be godlike or something.
I would argue that if you truly believe that you should be every commandment as much as humanly possible. You should be as dirty as humanly possible. You should be as disrespectful as humanly possible. But I don't think you would argue that, which means you more agree with me than you don't, ironically.
No, but following the commandments.
You should murder as humanly possible. But I don't see Muslims advocating for that either, right? Except in certain.
But following the commandments doesn't make you.
Wait, can you just agree with me like on that, or can you disagree with me on that point? Like, is the point of life to be as sinful, to be as horrible of a human being as humanly possible?
I had to figure out whether her vitals,
we can't,
whether she was really going through something.
A greater,
I gave her a little bit of like, aspirin. Actually, I gave her an Excedrin.
To that degree.
Can you repeat what you're saying? I'm sorry, your accent. Just.
So, do you think the point of life is to be as murderous and rapist as humanly possible? To lie as
No, of course not. No.
Okay, then you are trying to be better as a fallen creature, actually. So you do agree with me, actually, that even though you say you disagree with me, actually you agree with me more than you think.
But what do you mean by a fallen creature?
People who can't be perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really not interested in having a debate about Islam and Christianity, to be honest with you.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. The guy, whoever.
Read about it. Go read. There's like thousands of books on Christianity and analysis and all this stuff. You can go read those books.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Don't get hyper. It's all.
Yeah, it's all right. Exactly. So go read. Yeah.
Hi, Gio. How is everyone?
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
So, yeah, long time no see.
Hi, Marsha. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Samia.
What's the topic here? We're talking about Christianity, Gio?
Yeah, PPL wanted to interrogate Christianity.
No, I was just trying to understand what you were saying. The last guy that was here, he asked a question and then Gio was answering, so I just went off of that.
Hello, everyone. Do you have any topics you want to talk about, Samia?
Yeah, I was in a room where we were having, it was like Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, and it was like an interfaith conversation, and like it's the style of talking I think offends people, like because in Islam we have like da'wah, and some people find it annoying because it's like a bit so it's like some Muslims will come across defensive because I don't know, like the religion's under attack, but it's like I think it's hard to talk to people when they're like that, right? Like, what do you guys think from outside?
As you just witnessed with the FBI. I think like discussion between different faiths is kind of retarded. You pick a religion and then you practice it. And then you should see the fruits of your religion over time, right?
Yeah, it's tricky. I think with like Islamophobia or like like you get what I mean, where it turns into
but like a Christian civilization should be Islamophobic, just like Islamic society should be Christianophobic, right?
Oh, they are.
Like that's
Exactly.
that's normal, right? Like the people who think that we can all live in harmony. Look at the history of the Middle East, right? The Muslims conquer, right? All the Christian regions, right? Christian Syria, Christian Egypt, on and on and on. The Balkan areas, did they debate? Did they convert?
Those aren't super difficult to find quality. The reason or what is happening, the phenomena to study, I think, is misinformation. The internet and social media. It was brewing during the Obama times, right? All of this misinformation was building up, and it was right by the time Trump came. But there could have been other crazy motherfuckers, like just as crazy as Trump, who have been also come into place. So again, it's not. I don't think there's nothing really special about
So I do think there's something special about him. I think the advantage Trump had was which direction this is why I'm in the middle of the stage and Kasich is down there at like 2%. I'm at like 20. And he's at like 2. I was the only time I see the president explain to people that your place on stage is related to where you are. I would speak honestly. And I think he would have expected less. I would say again, if it was a 3-minute race, I pledge my banners to renew it. I will never serve the usurpers or the wealthy in our town. But there are battles to be fought. The other thing, and at times like this, which I think was, so basically, I mean, the reason is barking at the moon. You have mustered an army in your aspect, turning aside from our judgment and taking a course I myself deem reckless. The second thing is, for good or ill, people wanted this. You are a leader of men. If you declare yourself, your lords will follow you. They never take you for that town clerk. So, your nearest intentions are good. But what we need in this moment is a king. And I think that's why. May I have a word in private? Very, very true. I love that. And Harris. But people didn't like it. They wanted disruption. That's why he's. That's why he's the subcontinent.
Well, that's. You kind of making my point for me in terms of the time makes the man, and where Trump has an undeniable genius is he understands the attention economy. And
Chris Hayes, buddy, Chris Hayes.
No. And like, people are deciding, like people trying to rationalize like Trump winning and say that he would have destroyed Jeb Bush and Ted Cruz easily. The reason he won is because he won on live and rage, right? And he would have won with 3, 2, or 10 Republicans. And that is why he's willing to, that's why he's able to win versus other ones. People are not willing to say the crazy shit that he says. And he is. That's the advantage that he has. Don't rationalize. There is some really good reason why people voted for him.
Carlos, isn't that kind of what I'm saying, though, is the attention economy. He understood the old paradigm of how you run to be president could be ripped up, to Scott's point. I'm in the middle of the stage. I've got 20%. In effect, you're an idiot. You're a nobody. You're on 2%. You're at the end. Like, no person running for president would have ever said such a thing. He understood how you run. He could say that. and it would garner him more press. And also to Scott's point, I'm a traditional reader of that primary, and I think Scott's right. There were 10 potential Republican nominees running in that primary, and as I remember it, when he was winning in a crowded field, he was only getting about 30% of the vote.
He came into that primary with 20%. Into 20, but the field was so big that's all he needed, and his media attention and all the media kissed his ass, and it's so interesting. I mean, one of the I remember Joe Scarborough and me and Brzezinski. At one point he said, "You guys have been like supporters," and Mia, they freaked out. They were like, "We're not supporters. We're just taking you seriously." You're absolutely
but not like understanding. It's just like what he like the first shit that comes to
this Collicular or whatever his name is,
right?
This Clavicular guy. He slams his jawbone with a hammer to try to give himself a nice jaw.
Comedy movies in Mexico about this comedian who always ends up like in very high positions, pretending that he is very capable, and everybody thinks like he's very capable, but he doesn't know anything. But every time he does something, everybody praises him.
So this Collicular or whatever
comedy, and it's like what is happening? Like, are you actually understood that and he's making isolation of something? If I think it's outrageous thing, I'm just gonna get people. It's not what happened. It's just an outrageous person that happened to be in a society that lacks critical thinking, right? And lacks like understanding of what is reality and what isn't. It's a liar. It's a pathological liar, and that's all what he does. He lies. And if people can distinguish a lie from a truth, right? That's it. It's nothing about understanding or he's really like some sort of genius that controls the masses. It's just a person to be able to lie and
every single day of their life is branded on his name, and he understands the power because he did, like 60 Minutes. He did all the old talk shows back in the day, and he kept his name. He went to Playboy parties. He stood at the forefront all the time, knowing how much television mattered. And then when he did reality television, his name was as big as the brand. So like he wasn't just playing reality television, he was also that big. And so when he went into presidential election cycles, he would call in onto every single cable news station and like voicing his opinion.
He didn't think he would win. He told us that like Howard Stern said this, and Howard Stern used to be one of his clients, and
strike the master
basically he told Stern this was a good thing. He's just
draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord.
I'll just run for president, and that would get me.
Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, Perú, Ecuador, Brasil, Colombia, Venezuela, Guyana, Panamá, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador.
He ran the Reform Party candidate and lost. Weaponizing TV, which is like because I work in campaigns and I work on the Republican side as a political consultant, and I've been at the presidential election level. He understood that.
And they were all the media, 3 times all, just about all the news and information of coverage.
They got you by the balls, so I'll tell you what they are.
16 years in the devil's kitchen.
The prosecution
Taxing you.
Yeah.
To Scott's point, the field was too big, so the donors were not split up. So Ted Cruz was competing for donors against Kasich. Everyone was competing, like splitting it up. And the problem is that they couldn't outspend the amount of TV time that President Trump got on cable. So yeah, he was smart. He wasn't lying 100%. So his name recognition was so higher than everyone else because he stayed to the forefront his entire career. So to label him as an idiot ignores what his survival skills, and his survival skills was
Exactly. So saying that he understood that being on TV every day was useful for him, as if that is something like only a genius could understand or foresee. It's what baffles me. What is it? That's not what I'm arguing. Of course, everybody could understand. Everybody could understand that because if people are talking about you, it's good for you. You don't need to be a genius or like some kind of guru of social interactions in media. The only thing that I'm saying is that the guy is an idiot. He is an idiot. The only thing that happened is that because we're in a society that lacks critical thinking, people cannot distinguish between this guy lying, right, and telling the truth. And because of that, he maintained the support through the whole thing. He came out of that stare, and the first things that he said were very like stupid stuff. And from that point, I think he was like 2% or something on the polls, and he went to 14% like within a week.
Actually, this is where you're missing it. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle.
He was at 20%.
Wait,
from the whole time.
No. Before he came out of the stairs, he was not in 20%. That's not true.
The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Like, he's uncouth and crass, but I don't think he's like some Otto von Bismarck level brilliant strategist, but there is like a brilliance to some of the stuff he does just as an emergent phenomenon. He always has been this way, never surrender or whatever. He lies to a degree and frequency that would make any traditional politician blush, but he also, in a similar way, like tells the truth about some important things, and that's really why his star began to rise at the same time that there was just such feckless leadership on both sides, and there was, the professional political class had failed us, the neocons had failed us, and so people were willing to take kind of an experimental treatment for what they thought was an incurable disease. And coming in those stairs, he was fucking dead on about immigration. The wall, as retarded as I thought it was, probably would have been a good idea. Like, some of his instincts are actually spot on, and then he does lie about insane other things that, like, strange credulity.
So immigrants, right? And this is from the Cato Institute, right? Undocumented immigrants are revenue positive for the country because they pay taxes and they don't consume services. So I mean, he's wrong on.
See, that's not true. These things get tortured, but.
No, it is true.
But reducing everything down to just GDP like misses the point. Like it's always over-indexed. Even if I would concede you that point, it's demoralizing. It's corrosive to like the connective tissue of a healthy, stable cultural society when there are all these carve-outs for laws. When population centers and demographics shift beyond any kind of natural, 1 degree at a time evolution where people can be folded into the broader culture. So I would argue that those Cato Institute numbers are accurate, but even if they are, it neglects like certain other things that like cannot be captured just via a simple cost benefit analysis on like financial expense.
What you're saying, Todd? Why are undocumented people from the Southern Hemisphere who are Christian, who are patriotic, why are they a drain on the culture? I don't understand.
Wasn't it like self-evident? I mean, the selective pressures for assimilation have never been lower. You cannot have an atomized.
Until it was dissolved in 1994.
What's happening?
So, hey, medical talk. Just keep that in mind for later. Now, in 1994.
Hey, Darryl, I'm going to mute you real fast.
It was a recreational of the Hudson.
I have a problem with quote-unquote immigrants, legal or illegal, but when you let 10 to 15 million people in a short period of time, like that's just not a healthy thing for a society. It depresses wages, it's corrosive, again, to morale, all these things that don't get captured immediately and neatly through some, study that's funded to...
Why does it depress morale? Tell me, I don't get that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, I don't find. I mean, I
have like millions of people illegally enter your country. This isn't Ellis Island. Like, you cannot have the same level of mass migration when you have welfare, where immediately you can sign up for services. There were people getting flown all over the country. There were people being put up in nice hotels. Again, I don't necessarily even care, like, woe is me. For just a purely pragmatic standpoint, that's not a healthy foundation for a high-trust society. And it retards people's, like, buy-in to, like, work hard, follow the rules, because there's this, like, gross asymmetry, which is usually, again, benefiting capital far more than it is the middle class. Like, this used to be something that was really important to the left at one point, and then it kind of flipped, but this absolutely depresses wages. I don't understand how that would not be demoralizing.
So if I can ask him a question, demoralizing, I'm genuinely curious. Like, when you say demoralize, like, if you don't mind if I ask you, where are you located? And when you say it's demoralizing, can you just more specifically say for who?
Yeah, I'm with you, Jack. I don't feel demoralized.
Okay, I'm not arguing on Todd's side here, but there is a large precedent for what he said. If you to look at the 1840s as mass German migration to the United States and Irish, and you read the newspapers of the time, and people were worried that the specific Anglo culture of the United States was going to be lost. Ditto, you move another 50 years on from that, in the late 19th century, it was Italian migration. People were worried. The chattering classes were worried. Massive precedent for what Todd's saying. Where I would disagree is about people being demoralised, and I would rephrase it to say that what people have done in countries all over the world when there's mass migration of people that don't look like them and or don't worship like them, don't talk like them, they worry about the culture of the country changing. And that's universal. That's totally universal. 1 million Syrians after the Syrian civil war went to Germany. There was a spike in far-right voting in Eastern Germany because people, rightly or wrongly, I'm not putting a value on it, were worried about so many people coming so quickly that
didn't look like them, didn't have the same religion, didn't have the same cultural mores. These are age-old questions that people ask about mass migration. Dare I say it, when my folks moved to England in the 1960s, the same thing was said.
In general, they operate in offices outside of City Hall, often identifying corruption, waste, and abuse by the city's most powerful.
Explicitly and implicitly, there were much more intense selective
This is
pressures
not a religious conflict.
fold yourself in.
You cannot build a company software engineers
Kick that retard out. There were
because
implicitly and explicitly
from my account here.
Scott, just one of you guys, explicitly and
I
implicitly,
have 5 jobs.
there was
I'm going to tell you
intense selective pressures. There's some like you can have like half of your like consciousness exist in the country
Hello?
that you came from.
Todd, shut your lame up. Boy, shut your lame up. Boy, shut your lame up. Boy, shut your lame up.
This is really exciting. What a dork. Anyways, it's satellite television, free. We would have to pay
Have you tried using
prices that are being presented by corporations and by contractors that are subcontracting to migrant labor. And you have this problem to where in the United States, like the age of skilled labor is getting older and older and older, and people aren't taking up the jobs because why would you go into a field when you're constantly being undercut by migrant labor who's here, who's doing jobs poorly, or sometimes doing it great, but often poorly, and they're charging less, and people are just going to choose to pay less. And you have the same thing with corporate farms, that they're not beholden to the federal government, they're not punished by the state government for hiring migrant labor because it's subcontracted by 7 levels. So like for a small farmer, eventually they lose their farm, and the quiet despair that happens in this country when people sell like their properties that they've done, or they sell the businesses that they've had for generations, it's happening over and over, and it's quietly happening in places that maybe you guys aren't from, but I've seen it happen to generations of people. And I'm an immigrant. Like my family came over in '75, so like I'm not beholden to this, but like my family chose to assimilate. But I've seen what has happened.
Eddie, where in the country are you?
I'm now in Philly, but I'm from Louisiana, and I spent the majority of my life in the South or the Midwest.
Where does your family come from?
But hold on, I asked Todd earlier. Todd, where in the country are you?
Why does it matter?
Well, because it impacts what your thought process is.
He's on a border.
Yeah, I'm on a border. For again, the demoralization thing is like very specific. Depresses wages. Also, people didn't vote for this. Like for the same reason, it was depressing to see the retarded pull out of Afghanistan in the way we did, even though I wanted us completely out of that region. No one voted to go to like war with Iran. No one voted for mass migration. It becomes demoralizing when you realize you're like functionally like a slave, and the political class not only does not listen, and there's way too much leverage to capital post Citizens United, and there was already too much leverage in that direction anyways.
Hi, moderators. This is Alistair. Could you put me in the queue? Thank you.
Yeah, I want to be in the queue too.
So the reason I ask is because the idea of the demoralization thing is something that, it's a very specific word when you hear it, right? So I was, talking
yeah, it's a word.
Scott,
like words are specific. Like what is it?
So if you let me finish, I'll get to it, right? So I live in New York City, born and raised in New York City, and immigrants, at least here, because someone earlier mentioned Ellis Island, right? So immigrants here have always been, despite what I actually disagree with what Royfield said because immigrants here have always been.
Excuse me, moderators. When I say I'd like to be put in the queue, I'd also like to be acknowledged that I exist by confirming that I'm being put in the queue. Hello?
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, kick this faggot out too.
I'm a huge Kitover fan.
So what I'm saying is that's why when you say demoralizing, it is a very specific word. And when you say like the country is being demoralized, words have meanings, right? So it's like maybe where you are in the country.
I said it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Todd. Did you just say kick this F word? Did I hear you correctly, Todd?
No, you didn't hear anything. I said it's demoralizing. Did I say it's like?
They kicked me! They kicked me! Oh my god.
This isn't some racist thing, or just because some
We're back!
Speak directionally about something a certain way.
No.
I think it's a great folly to brace against it.
Why is it that
This is like raw
the dog and pony dance with Tony,
healthy.
where if I would have been on North Carolina and I would have found seashells at 8647,
New York City. Are you familiar with the violent history that comes with the immigrants throughout the whole North? There's been so much conflict. It's not all roses.
Why is it that, right? So don't interpret what I'm saying, just listen to what I'm saying. Because what I said is immigrants have been very productive.
Why does it take so long? We gotta go to this dog and pony show. But on
And if you look at it, so when
there's a hook, line, and sinker pretty
America,
quick.
right? Like this perspective that we're
I want
one
to
country.
hear
It's just
I didn't even say one word.
There are 50
Well, I mean,
kind of
there's
little
a lot
micro
of
countries with
legal muscle he has. So
No, it's private.
like there are
pressure
I think
coming
the last time
with
I
respect to
looked,
emotions and
there are over
trying
100
to
languages spoken in New York
discount
City, right?
the,
But what happens is
the
we all get on the
charges
subway.
that,
For the
you know,
most
the
part, we
average
crowd
citizen
into the
may not
subways. We crowd
may
into
have
buses.
legal aid
We
to help
crowd
them,
into
or
buildings.
a public defender. I mean,
no one
this
is
is coming at
actually,
it with
at
a
least
lot of legal
in
muscle.
my experience, and
I just,
like I said,
again, you
I
have
was
to look
born
at
and
all the
raised here
particulars.
with the
I
exception of
think the
living
point of the
in
indictment
Tokyo
is
for a year.
a pretty loud statement.
Where the largest city buildings
You know,
and nation are double.
The
Second closest, we're close to 9 million.
is just
Second
with political
closest is
violence and the tolerance for
Los
it,
Angeles,
and that we have
4
laws in
million.
place about
Then you
threatening
jump down to Chicago,
our
it's 2
president
million.
and about
And we
threatening
don't,
public officials,
at
and
least for the most
you
part,
know,
what we've learned
we should
to do.
clamp down
How you
on
run
those
to be
laws. And
president.
This is like nothing to do with
you know,
that.
right, in the clubhouse rooms, we have people that will threaten
But
public
Daryl,
officials
I
and
see
say
without
things that
immigration,
are
there's
in
no
violation of federal
United
law.
States, is
So,
Obviously, officials versus your average citizen.
Obviously, in
That's
large
what I
part,
want to know.
immigration has led to the United States, and in large part, communities have gone on.
Why do they need so much muscle?
Going back and read about the 1840s, there was a worry at one point that there were so many German immigrants that English would stop
certain
being the first
discovery,
language
they're
in the
requesting
United States.
certain, you know,
You go back to the
information be disclosed,
1880s,
and they're filing motions with the court. I mean, they're stalling it.
Because
And that would be my gut reaction. In this case, I've not paid too much attention to it, and I apologize. But just generally on the topic, I think it's ripe because
people coming from
really
nations
looking
which weren't
down
historically Western
that
European
gun barrel of
Anglo-Saxon.
political
That's the
violence
reason why it
that's
stopped.
threatening our country.
Say that
And I think that the administration's trying to make a statement that it's not going to be tolerated. Threats are serious.
Thank you.
And again, they don't have to make laws on the books.
What someone
It just
says
hasn't
and what
been,
you hear, right? It's like the wife
prosecuted.
comes into the kitchen and she says, "Hey, I want to take this to Disney," and the thought bubble pops up. Is that
there are people sitting in jail for threats on social media.
Serendipity,
we're lived in the market of the
I don't understand how.
On the 40, 86-47 seashell thing. How do you counter the argument that people are saying this is sour grapes, this is petty, indignant retribution, this is not justice, this is just Republicans want to get that lick back from their perceived feeling that Trump has treated as well as everybody in his administration, that they had any ability to go after, like that.
How would I caveat that? I would tell them we could go back to Obama going after the Republicans and the 501c3s by conservative entities trying, Obama targeting them through the IRS. I mean, we could there's been targeting, there's been political targeting. I mean, clearly it happened in the Biden administration going after Trump. How many jurisdictions did they go after him?
I think that's a very interesting way to see it because it's not just that, it's supply and demand, there's more supply, therefore there's one demand.
That doesn't mean that we should do it now because they did it now.
And they are on productive age, makes the economy move.
It seems to be the
Bring
nature of the
more
beast.
money
But
into the
do I
economy.
think it's a good thing?
People
No.
are able
On
to
the one
sell
hand, on the
more,
other hand,
right?
the point I was making about political violence is really important. And it is important to
The economic factors are like really complex
there
here.
is enough
You truly need to see what the
probable cause
experts
to
said
indict when
about
there are
its
threats against public officials.
Okay, so this is
If we don't start doing that, again, the law is there. We don't have to pass legislation. It's there. So what was that lady's name, Kathy Griffith, when Trump was first?
100% true.
Like that's not true. Like if you hear what the economy said, right? It's like it's actually
You're gonna hear the shit out here.
immigrants who come out like repeatedly and openly address problems like labor and
Democrat senators.
exactly like this is but
Social media. Sitting in jail. They just had a trial there.
they also do it also because they better people in the country and they keep getting better jobs. The unemployment was like 4% during the Biden era. That is probably when you guys are complaining about like not finding like being very bad. So this goes to my second point about saying why Trump won. It is like they just are able to follow whatever social media, whatever news in the internet they think of. They will not.
And then the perception is
Probably Henry thinks that
like
actually
86
Donald Trump
doesn't
won
mean
the
dead.
2020 election
Not
or
to
something.
many people.
Right?
86 means
But like
just to
these
remove,
usually
to get rid of. So
Okay,
what
do
was
you who won
Collins'
the 2020
culpability
election?
in this seashell joke, and I really do think it was a seashell joke. He was walking on the beach, he saw seashell, he was like, ha ha ha, wouldn't this be funny? Because Gretchen Whitmer had in the first administration, in 86-45, I think it was in right before the 23 election, they had that code, 11-4-45-86 or something like that. And nobody knew what the letters meant. And the numbers meant, and then we understood, they're campaigning to remove Trump.
This is the thing about American culture that Americans don't want to admit.
It's just going to be an evidentiary question. We're going to see what did he communicate, who did he communicate it to, how did he communicate, what ancillary comments were made along with that posting. That within a vacuum may seem one way to you, but within the whole picture, it may have a completely different intent. And the point of the prosecutor on this is to try to show the mens rea, to bring out what the criminal intent was. If in fact there was criminal intent, who knows? But that's going to be a question of evidence.
Yeah, I can't argue with that at all. I do think it's super funny that the White House posted a picture of the King of England and Trump with the tagline "Two Kings." And so Comey's joke was seashells calling for the threat of removal of Donald Trump. That's the left type of humor. And the other type of humor is troll the left with pretending Trump's a king. And so, like, our sense is we're very different.
Revolutionary guards. People dressed up like revolutionary guards with the King of England there. I mean, to me, that was the ultimate troll.
He's one of a kind.
So
You can say a lot about Trump, but you cannot say is there's two of them. You can't.
But why would I make that up? Who would make something like that up?
I believe that people may respond to that.
I've been listening long enough to have input now.
Very uncompelling, given the relative.
I'm just doing an operation like
things like I
understand what Comey said about the joke place. 8647,
during
that's a to me that's a message.
Inflation.
People start as a joke, but someone can take that and get the misconception of a projection of something bad.
Disproportionately got capital over the last.
I would be worried about Comey, and I hope prosecutors would really focus on it. There's a lot of people that will do harmful things for motivation or getting enticed by someone. And with Comey's position that he held, by having that, the reality is that you would have seen something like that. Being the fact that as former FBI director, you would have been like,
Okay, so like again, if we look at the numbers, like 4% unemployment with
you would share amongst
disputes, right? I mean, he doesn't dispute the intense election, but he disputes the 4% unemployment during the Biden era, which is my point. Like, you just don't want to follow what is actually facts, right? But you're using the unemployment numbers we argue that that's not like we should argue that that's not like a very good measure. What you cannot deny is that the matter actually was, right? You may say I am a better economist and I'm going to if you're an economist and you have a better way to measure the economy, write a paper, publish it, and people can read it. But that's not true. Like economists publish like the numbers that we get, the official numbers that we get are those, right?
The reason you want to figure out how to calculate unemployment numbers so you can figure out if the stats are
so you said
accurate.
that
So if you have a large
he
number
said
of
such and
Americans
such,
who drop
then
out
it's
of the
reasonable
workforce,
that a crazy
you're not
person
going to be
who is not
measuring
acting
stats
reasonably
used to measure the
could
economy.
take the thing that he
It
said
means you have a whole group of
and
people
use that
who
thing
aren't
that he said
working,
as a
they're
public figure
unaccounted
to
for,
justify
giving up on finding jobs,
some
which I
kind
think
of
was
violent
both Todd
action
and
or some
Henry.
kind of destructive action. That's what you said. That was
But
the
you have
point
to
that you made,
measure
right?
apples with
I'm
apples.
going to answer it
You cannot have
for
a measure of the economy.
the word
Wait,
foreseeable.
you cannot have a measure of the economy,
And that would be the
right, being
standard
done on 2021 during the Biden, 2020 during the Biden administration, and then change it in 2024, right? It has to be the same kind of apples to apples measurement. If you don't agree the way it's done, right, you can come with
what you were saying.
This exact stuff.
You beat me to it, this
economic practice inside the United
You're not
States.
supposed to offend people who can't
Exactly my point.
I know exactly what you were saying. It's just
This has been done
So it means you have to go back a few layers. You cannot just rest simply
as far into the.
I didn't hear what you said because
Just
you
give
two
them
were
the word
talking at the same
foreseeable.
time.
I think that's what he meant.
that stat does not capture as neatly as you think it does.
I was genuinely
during that time period
Terry
where
made
there was
that point too, like the gravity of Comey's job in office, his public profile,
people just
his
not returning
knowledge of
to
the
the workforce
insanity
in
that is
levels
the
that
left,
I don't know
well, some
if has ever
parts of
happened
the
in my
left.
lifetime.
What was his
They're just not
culpability and
captured by a statistic. That
responsibility,
statistic
knowing
isn't
that he was
completely
sending that
irrelevant.
message
It's
out
just
to
not
never
totalizing the
Trumpers
way
and
that you're suggesting.
Okay, what
Trump derangement
statistics do
syndrome
you, what
victims.
statistic do you use?
just
to
a simple
support
question.
what
Do you think
What is
what
the
he said
rule
is
of
correct? You're not smart enough to even engage in this.
Oh, really, dude? Right.
talking
Okay. So
legally or are we
you're
talking morally?
like that's
asking
like
you.
the fact that you say that in a conversation shows that you
I
are
know,
unable
but do
to
you think
engage
morally
in a
or legally?
conversation.
How do you think?
That
Do you think
coming to the
legally?
point
Do you
that
think
that
morally?
idea has
What
to
it
be
is,
so
or
good,
is it
you
It is fine. It is protected.
No, I know
if
you
you
don't
have
walk around thinking
4%
legally. You think
unemployment,
morally.
that
right?
shows
That's
like
common sense.
historically when we measure unemployment,
See, but
that shows that we have very low unemployment.
No, I get it.
Because the economy, when it comes to salaries, by the way, another metric that we can use is
When it comes to
salaries.
matters that are
We're
legal matters,
getting
absolutely.
increasing,
But when it
right?
comes to
Increasing in salaries,
around
low
I
unemployment.
don't think that it's a nice guy thing to do to go on and say something that even possibly could be construed in that way. Now,
Okay,
that said, my understanding of the term
aggregate, they
86
have been
comes from
increasing. I'm not
working in
arguing
food service
there
in my
is no
teenage years, and
people
all that
suffering
means
out
is
there and they're not doing well. I'm just talking about economic metrics that are official economic metrics that we use for decades, as you say, to measure the economy. Again, if you want to use other
But it mixes somebody that means don't ever deal with them. It's better that they're dead. That's basically what 86 is. And even in the server world, there's no more of that left.
Not that the statistic can't
That
be
it's
valuable,
finished. It's done.
because you're failing to account for those who are
No, I got you. Just said it.
I think that is.
That's
I think that
in the
is
statistics to explain
frankly
the economy.
But again,
and I think that there's a
have
habit
to
of
measure
culture across the aisles when it
If you
comes
want
to
to
issues
have,
that
if you want to
affect
propose
their
a
team.
different
So
metric,
if the other
let
team
me know
does
what it's
something, we
called,
need to
and we
crunch our
can
pearls,
compare
and we
it
need to
and
say we
see
need to
how
rise
the
above
economy
that.
was
We need to
done
say
with
that
Marshall
is
metric
wrong
that
and
was
it's
proposed.
wrong.
Unless you
To
have a
such a degree
metric,
that those people
you
ought to
have
be
no
punished.
point of saying that
I
this
frankly
is
think that that's retarded.
Okay, hold on. That's an interesting thread I want to pull. Is it the Republican conservative ego that are saying that, oh, well, this is not that big of a deal. We're not snowflakes like the left. We're going to say that this is just a free speech matter and say that, yeah, he can say 86-47 if he wants, and we're tough enough to take that speech. And is that a problem? Because we see the left, like there's that new survey out that 25 to 30% of the extreme left are say that political violence is sometimes necessary, where 3% of the far right or extreme right wing make that same
how you would do that.
argument.
Monica, what if Trump
People that really
had a
don't
meme
think
that
about
said
stuff. I imagine in the survey,
86 word salad,
And
or
I'm not
86
entirely sure
Paris,
if
or
you're capable of
86
avoiding the survey
a reference to
exactly how you're
another
going to get
person.
an accurate answer on
What
any
do you
kind of
think?
statistics.
How would you react to that?
At least, I'm not.
86 was
Maybe not my strong suit is history and more.
Yeah, and knowing
But like, I
his
think it's unfair
responsibility
to the expectation here.
where
Well, I
when
think
he's
that
talking
argument
about
there,
how
well,
many-
he's the
Cookie
president of the United
Monster!
States.
What if
He
he's
was
running,
running
he's
for
running for
utility and exactness of like what it's measuring now.
before he's president.
Keep on saying
He's
apples
running
to
for
apples,
office
but
in
sure,
this
it
last
is a
election.
valuable tool,
And if
but
he
is it
had
as valuable
86
in a time period where
Paris or
gig workers that are
86, some
driving
reference to her.
DoorDash for 40 hours a week are considered employed when they would have been working a labor union job 20, 30 years ago
actively running
and
for
have
office.
benefits and had
If he's just Donald Trump
the obsession with forcing
in a
Marshall or Ty to
ex-president,
come up with a new
and
metric
he
that's
had
perfect
that
and that like will cover all these
86
things
word
is an
salad,
unfair
or
expectation of
86
them because
hours.
they're just making a criticism of like, yes,
How would
unemployment
people
is
feel?
4%, but there are problems with that metric. That's like unfair for you to be like, well, how else would you measure
I don't
it?
know
Well,
if
then
you can be
you
nice
see what you're
over it
pointing out,
either.
that
You're just no. What I'm saying is, but new metrics come out all the time, right? So it's I don't think it's
No,
unfair.
no.
Yeah,
I just kind of want
Todd's
justice.
right. Marshall's
Abby,
right.
I had made
People,
the argument
on
earlier
Wall Street,
before you
we
got in
talked
here.
about
Hey, Dr. Jordan, I can hear you when I spoke before you.
Yeah.
I had made the argument earlier. I actually had to tweet about it because people on X are celebrating, and I'm like, wait a minute. Like, why are you celebrating it?
Realistically
It
speaking,
doesn't
how much
mean,
power?
I don't think it means to make it better. So, I said the frustration of Comey doing seditionary things to the FBI, Russian collusion, and having a C-show joke being considered prosecutable by the Justice Department is tangible. Very frustrating. I don't want vengeance or revenge. I'm just hoping for justice.
I pray.
Done with him looking at redwood trees, looking up and saying so many questions.
Best when it's a little
And
not
I'm just like,
not in your face all the time.
this doesn't seem like justice to me.
Basics
So
around helping you keep it and staying out of your way. That means letting police do their job so your communities feel secure.
We're trying to like encapsulate and like trying to capture people that are missing. It is looking at people who don't file taxes, and like this is an inaccurate measure because like there's plenty of people that are working off books, or they move to another country and they're like not reporting, etc., etc.
Something like that.
So like it's imperfect, but the only way you can look is like who files taxes versus who's like an actual showing up in the census, and like names of those people and where they're missing and where they're located. And that's like where how you contact and how you calculate them.
And hey,
Like you could also like here, right? So
retribution isn't an illegal mindset.
I think the way you do unemployment in New York is every week you have to go in and you recertify that you're unemployed, right? You get
I could understand
the 6 months, and then if you're unemployed longer, you get the 1 year.
Former
And
head
maybe
of a
what you
federal
could do is just
agency
keep incenting.
put
Human
something like
beings
that
are
up
incentive
and also
driven,
takes
right?
it down. That's a bit of a red flag.
Hey, if you're
I
no
can't speak
longer
for
like
legality, but
and you pop into the same website that you use to register to claim your unemployment every week.
To me,
Pop
I was
in and we'll
thinking,
give you $100.
oh, in my mind, if I was the head
Just
of
tell
an
us where
agency,
you
yeah, I would take that down
It's
because
like
I
to
had a
some people,
reaction
fuck, the $100
to my own
isn't worth it.
reflective thinking and be like, hey, that's not right. But
The way
if your
to
boss
always
were to,
get
if
humans
your
to do
boss,
something
if your
is to
employer put something up on
incentivize.
social media,
That's just
and then take it down,
You're right.
how would that leave you feeling? I think it would leave people feeling uncomfortable, like you should know better, right? So, and I don't know the whole story, but that's my perplexity.
Exactly. Not the middle class, but the argument that the immigrants were essentially taking the jobs, right? Because historically, right? If saying comparing apples to apples, even if it's not an accurate number that you suggest, will be a correlation to what the actual employment is, right? So if we are doing better now, or at least in the debating era, we're having like a low historic unemployment, then
That's what I want to understand. It's not an irrelevant metric, but again, it's just not capturing what you can. That's like saying
Even
the health or
when a celebrity puts something up,
the level of the
because
Dow
you know that they've got
somehow captures the health of the class, the stability of
or any public figure, not in a legal framework, but just in a
no longer showing up,
sense,
underutilized,
culture sense.
participating,
We
who's
consider
actually better off, real
public
income
figure.
versus costs,
When they do
wages
something
versus
like
rent
that,
increases,
people
the
are
cost of
watching,
borrow,
and so
inflation,
like
you
there are
have to
people
do all
who
these
really
things if you
curate
want to like
what they put
discern
up
what it is you're
carefully.
saying, this 4%
And when a
metric.
public official does something,
Using it to
I have no idea
to
that
construct like an actual argument that represents like reality. It's just not useful. It's not even a half truth. It's like a quarter truth.
I was just talking about the argument that it will depress the salaries, right? But if you want to talk of the broader economy, sure, bring all those things, right? Bring what is consumer sentiment? What was the how much people were spending historically with respect to other years? What was the GDP? By most metrics except inflation, the economy was in great
PTR.
Right?
Well, what I was going to ask was,
it's trending in a bad direction.
Biden's way out the door, and there's parking. Was it Comey parking as well?
I think you're making this like far too simplistically. Like
I
housing
think
costs
I
basically
misunderstood that.
doubled
So
during
there's
Biden,
a lot of
and the
people
cost
getting
of borrowing
parking.
money
You know,
doubled more or less. So
convicts, a whole
I don't
bunch
know what
of
the fuck you're
bells and
talking about.
whistles.
Even if
I
wages
thought Comey
increase,
was
purchasing
for
power
it as well.
decreases, savings
Did he agree
dwindle,
with me on that?
medical
But I
care
think
costs.
Biden
I
made
think
a
Comey was
decision
pardoned for sure, not by Donald
it
Trump.
was stave off the recession
An innocent man.
or inflate prices. And he chose to inflate prices. He put $1 trillion into the economy.
Don't you have to commit a crime?
I think it was probably the right move. Staved off the recession. Daryl, what would you advise them to do? You're an economist.
Well, it's weird, right? Because I've always made this argument that
This last go round, pardon.
we have a population that grows faster than economic output,
people in
right?
government.
If we go back to like when Bill
if I
Clinton was
recall.
president, I think it was 254 million people in the country. They were able to remember his presidency.
Now, he was going through the yellow thing just when he was partying.
340?
I just don't know.
You know, since the Great Depression, we've added 10 million people to the population every 10 years, but we don't increase economic output for every human being. Which I don't, have any of you guys heard the term economic stressor? If you have, I'll shut up. But if you have,
If you harm someone,
every human being is an economic stressor, right? So every human being needs a doctor, needs a police department, needs a fire department, needs someone to respond. So every
Do you
human,
get me on this whole subject
every
of pardon
person in
because
America
it's
is
the
an
one thing if I
economic
were to
stressor,
change our
in a sense.
constitution, that would be
and
the first thing I would
we have
change.
increased our
take
we
away
are
the
increasing
power of
our
pardon.
population,
Because it's a
and we are
it's
not
so,
matching economic
sweeping.
output for
and
the increase
it really
in
comes from
population.
a time in
We have
England
11 states in this
where there
country.
was a
Scott's
reason that the king needed
before. We have
to
11
pardon, or
states
that the Lord
that
needed, the Lord of
basically
the manor or whatever,
carry
to
the
fight
other
them, had to
39.
pardon because they weren't
Well,
in
we
control
need
of
to-
what was happening.
They started
Yeah,
talking about
course.
this on Wall Street in
Yeah, it was
2004.
just a different
America's
time in history, and
insolvent.
why we brought that
We're not
over
raising enough
into,
money through
our system
individual
and,
income tax, so we have to sell debt.
embedded in the
The more
Constitution.
debt
I'm
we
not
sell, the
sure.
more interest.
But
We're paying
this
out so much in
concept of,
interest. What we need to figure out how to do.
I'm looking now
is
on what he called it, but if I
some
recall,
of these states
it was like a blanket
that
pardon
take more
for any
from the federal system
potential
and put into the federal
charges
system.
that could arise out
We
of
need to
their
get some
role,
of these states
you know,
earning
in
more money.
Yeah, see,
I
I
don't know
take
if he did
serious
it
issues with that. I
specifically,
worked with
someone
state
like Alsha,
government
if
in
he did it
Louisiana,
specific to their
and the
role
GDP
in
of the state of
investigating
Louisiana
something
is
in
roughly
particular,
between
or
44
just
to 46
generally
in the rankings,
their
and
role in
the
government.
wages,
I didn't say anything about
and the median wages are
Unless someone else on
48
stage
to
knows.
49.
I think it has something to do with
So
statutes of
the
limitations,
problem
right?
with Louisiana
Yeah,
is
well, I
that
mean, it's
the
statutes are
majority
different on
of
different crimes.
the
but
liquefied natural gas, the majority of the country's
it was
liquefied
like a
natural gas
blanket
goes
card
through there. A huge
see if
chunk
I can find
of the petroleum processing, like refineries, happen in Louisiana, and tons of the economy goes through the Mississippi, but that money never goes into the hands of people in Louisiana because all the ownerships and the corporations have moved
Perhaps
in
that's
the
the
last
term we use,
40, 50
but he
years
did
to
it
larger
with
states.
many
Often
different
the
officials
headquarters have moved to Texas
before
and
Biden
the
left
headquarters
office.
have moved to New
But
York.
someone correct
So
me
you
if I'm
say
wrong
that
on this.
Louisiana
I mean,
is
shit
like
came
a
into my
free
head.
I didn't say
market
anything about
situation.
I didn't say anything about Louisiana.
But my point is, like, people will put states into this bucket where they're
not justified.
they're dragging down the country and they're taking more than
did
they
his
can
family
give.
too.
But the
Biden did
reality
his
is
family
that
also.
often
Yeah, he did his
these
brothers.
states
Didn't he do Frankie and
don't
Jimmy?
control their resources anymore, and their
As well
ownership
as
lives in
Hunter.
other places. They move to somewhere like Todd, where they're in Newport Beach, and their headquarters are in Silicon Valley or wherever on the coast. But like all the work and all the natural resources that are being extracted are happening in a place where people are poor. And it drives me crazy.
So then what you're
Like when
saying
it happens.
is, hold on, so what you're saying, this is me asking.
That would be
right?
the
So what
just,
you're saying
but it's a
is,
preemptive pardon.
Louisiana's
Right?
economy is natural gas. Is that what you're saying?
Good.
It's, I'm really asking you a question.
It's more than this. Petroleum, it is tourism, it is the trade down the Mississippi, the ports.
Even if
Like there's tons of money that goes through Louisiana.
So,
And
look at, so
it's way in the rankings of
I mean, the
GDP
most
for
famous
states in the
one
US.
they
But
bring
we're
on
49
is Nixon.
typically in wages, and it's
So,
because
I mean, that was
the
the
money
preemptive part.
outflows out that
You and I are on the same page.
And so like people are like,
I just,
Louisiana's a
again,
drag on the
I've
economy,
argued this
but
before.
really
I
it's
just think
not.
it's
just that the
one
people
of the
there
worst
aren't being
things
paid
in our
because the
Constitution.
corporations are taking the money.
And
so are you,
I think
so
our
with
founders
oil,
were
are
brilliant,
you
but I
at,
don't really
does
think they
Louisiana
thought that
have
one out.
refineries?
Yes, I grew up in a
I
refinery
mean,
now.
it's been abused.
So they're
By
aware of
sides.
like the refineries in Louisiana and the liquefied natural gas and like the things that happen offshore there. Like it is one of the biggest energy producers in our entire country.
Because
So then
there was a
what's
point
the
in
problem?
time that it probably was.
Like I've already told you, the ownership, like the oil companies and the energy companies
Well,
are now
first of all,
like,
be
I'll give you an example.
clear that
Freeport
it's a
McMoran.
federal
It used to be
pardon,
based
so
in
it's not for any state
Louisiana.
crimes.
Now it's based in
So
Austin,
that's
Texas.
really
Like
important
that
to
happened
make
in
that
our
distinction.
lifetime. A lot of like
And it's
Chevron
not for
bought up
future
all the
acts,
oil
it's for
companies that
past
used like
acts.
Amoco and all these companies that used to be doing business in Louisiana. They got bought out
But
by
it's,
companies based in Texas. So then you look at Texas, or they've been
yes, that's
bought up by
exactly why.
conglomerates based out of New York. And then you're just like, Louisiana doesn't do nothing. But the reality is those companies were sold by baby boomers and Generation
No, under the Constitution, it's a sweeping power of pardon. I'm telling you, if I were to do a new amendment to the Constitution, that would be my amendment.
Well, it seems that the caveat is
And you're saying
that
stuff moved to
both Biden
Texas,
and
right? So
Trump
did
have
they move the
people,
refineries? No, the business is is what I'm
in
asking.
ways that
So when
benefit
you
them
look at
ultimately, and so I don't know how
the taxes of the wealth, and people talk about like, oh, ExxonMobil made X number of dollars and their headquarters are XYZ, or many of the plastic companies that are based in major cities, but they're actually being made in Louisiana. They're just like, oh, Louisiana doesn't do anything, but that's because the majority of the wealth that comes out of Louisiana are going to other places.
dedicated to
That's the
Okay, so where's the labor is what I'm trying, maybe I wasn't asking you right. Where's the labor?
Labor has
people who are
we
incarcerated
talked about this ad nauseum for the last
or
hour. Labor
liberating
has
people from
wages have
incarceration
stagnated for the last
on federal
40
crimes.
years since Reagan. This Reagan's
is that
fault.
not,
Basically, like
or is
labor
that
has
too
stagnated
restrictive?
for that long. So like all capital
Or
has been
you're
flowing
saying get
upward.
rid of
That's
that
why
even?
the top 1%
I'm just
of our
saying
country keep on getting
it
wealthier and
doesn't
wealthier.
it made sense
that's where
in
the
its
money's
time
going.
in English history when the Crown
My dad just
was
retired
not
from a petrochem company
monitoring
in
and
Louisiana.
aware of
You know,
what
my friends are
the
still working at petrochem companies
magistrates
in
were
Louisiana.
doing
But like
in the different
petrochem company that my dad used to work for
around
got bought out
England,
by a German
it made
company, and they
sense.
got bought out
Go
by an
read,
Indian company.
I don't know,
And then like if you're trying to measure
just
like
read
the
the
wealth
history
out
of
of Louisiana, it's
Barton,
like
where it came from.
it's not there.
It doesn't make
because
sense.
the money's outflowing to a
You know,
foreign country, but now it's like I think
our legislative,
the Zell's based
our
out of
executive
God, I don't
branch
even know anymore. I've lost track.
is
But
aware of what our judicial branch is doing.
Sometimes when you label the states
And we have a justice
net
department,
drags,
and it just
you're not looking at the
doesn't
resources that come out of the
historically
state that
it makes
generate
sense, but
wealth
to
for
me I don't see it today. Someone argue with me and tell me that I'm wrong.
So I can see certain contexts where it could make sense in one-off situations with
I'm actively
people who were
reading up
convicted
on
of criminal
Louisiana right now, so you
charges,
guys
but
can
the
just
criminal
ignore
charges
me for.
that they were convicted of are no longer
I mean, Daryl,
popular.
let's say, Daryl, you're one of the smartest guys I know.
Or if there's
If you
murder
were
conviction
president,
and
what
the
would
murder
your
conviction
executive be?
had evidence that was very disputable, but because the limitations of the system, the person ran out of appeals. I know that there exist other means for them to do that, but having the president have the ability to commute the sentence is not necessarily inherently that thing. But if you have presidential
if we want to talk about bringing back
powers to issue
manufacturing, if we
pardons,
want
like
to talk
deportation,
about,
clemency, or whatever the hell you call it,
you know, China is
I
the
think
world's manufacturer,
there need
right?
to, at a minimum, be restrictions. For example, not being able to pardon members of your immediate family, and not being able to pardon members of your administration for crimes that they may have committed through through the course of their capacity as a member of the administration. There have to be some levels of checks on it because it's proven itself not to be balanced.
I disagree with you because if new evidence came out in a case, you could seek a new trial, you can motion the court based on new evidence. Our legal system enables one to go through the process when a circumstance like that comes out. Biden not only pardoned, but he commuted 37, was it 27 or 37 death row? I mean, people that were cop killers, children killers, that he commuted off of death row their sentences because he didn't believe in the death penalty. So, so you'd have to also look at commutations as well, and then governors have pardon powers as well. I mean, then it's on a state level different, but I mean, just generally, you would maybe you need to fine tune the legal process of appeal and with respect to something like new evidence.
I'm disagreeing with the death penalty because of its religious
agriculture was so good, why don't we subsidize farmers to the level that
what was his reason? Did he ever give his reason?
He's a Catholic. The Catholics don't believe in the death penalty. It's
have more people
inadmissible according to
than we have economic action for it, and I think America really needs to figure out how to be
Is that the position of the? I didn't know that. That's the position of the Catholic Church.
No, the Catholic Church.
There happens to be a Catholic on stage. Joe,
No, it's not. The Pope may be personally against it, but he didn't
people bitch about immigration,
infallibly
but if you had to go and go for like
that's not true.
$20,
It's not true.
you would bitch
We
about
told
that
you
too.
in 2018
about everything.
Pope Francis ordered a revision of the Catechism.
it is not a sin to kill somebody in the course of a crime.
Marshall, you're right.
Catholics to believe in capital punishment. Abortion, a different story, but capital punishment, yes, you can.
But in 2018, Pope Francis ordered a revision to the Catechism in paragraph 2267 to formally state that the death penalty is inadmissible in all cases.
Title of the room is Donald Trump.
That's got nothing to do with your faith. No, it's got nothing to do with your faith. I can believe in the death penalty. And I do.
Sure. I am saying that the
church itself,
Here's my thing,
currently
right?
the
Who's really
catechism
running the show?
says
Who do
that
we
it
really
is
think is
inadmissible.
running the show? Like, we
And so
don't
because he
know.
says that,
Susie
it
Wiles
is reasonable for any Catholic to take that position.
And
While
we got
Catholics are, of
videos of
course,
him
welcome to
literally
have their
falling
own
asleep in the meeting.
Excellent. Good.
And then
We
other
agree
people
on that.
saying, oh no, he's
Excellent.
playing like 5
Abortion is a different
chess.
thing.
Which
I mean, and the way you characterized it, after he was taking it, was, oh, the Catholics.
Which one is it? Like, did you guys see the clip that they tried to block where he, where, like, the meeting was over, and he says,
It is true, though, that the church itself is actively working to
I think Susie
Yes,
Wiles
that's true. Yes, absolutely is.
really running the show right
So,
now.
like,
Guys,
while
I really
Catholics,
think that-
sorry, excuse me.
And maybe it's a
I'll amend
combo, but I mean, I think
While Catholics on an individual basis maintain the right to have whatever opinions they hold in earnest,
she has kept below
the church
radar.
itself does have these
Which he
opinions, and
loves,
different
right? He does not like
Catholics
to be outshone.
place
And I
different levels of
I think
importance
she
on
is
what the
actually
church says, but the church says it,
managing
and
the
so
ship. I mean, and you're right. There might be some Jared
a
Kushner
very
feedback,
easy
but I think
handwave for
I
Biden
think
to
Susie
commute
Wiles is running
as
the show,
many
and I think
death row
she's
people as he
You know, I
wants
think
and say that it's simply a matter of his
can
religious
trust her.
belief.
This is a great fight, Brigham.
And I think she keeps the ship
in a resolute way, and we're all happy. And I agree with you. And back to your regularly scheduled programming on Comey.
so I think we have to decide if he really is
presidential ability
running
to
the show,
commute
or
sentences
if he
thing
pops
for
in
the
or
last
they
little
put
bit.
him in the chair
Talked about Comey
when something
probably
has to happen.
I thought that
I struggle to understand the argument
that Comey getting,
he's just this, the fucking greatest thinker. And then at the same time, they're calling for the 25th Amendment. It can't
anyway, I'll go back to listings. I
so
just
it's like, which one is it? Is he crazy? Or is he crazy as a fox? Which one is it?
Yes, and I should have spoken more precisely, not said Catholics or the Catholics. Specified specifically, I'm referring to the RCC as an institution.
I don't know if you play poker, right? Like sometimes you win hands, and I think that's how Trump is. I think he loses more hands he wins by far.
No harm, no foul.
But he wins some big hands.
I'm a big fan of Catholics.
And I don't think it's
as individuals and as an institution,
any particular skill.
So am I.
I just think once in a while
Doesn't the Catholic Church accept the Old Testament
poker table
when
and
this
wins
is
some big
something
hands.
else?
It's
like
for me, right? It's like, so I've got a former CIA buddy who lives in New York. And
I don't know. I'm not a Catholic, so I don't know
the
how
CIA, they're not just like running clandestine things. The CIA runs companies. The CIA is involved in a lot of shit. And so they're in everything, right? And so it's
there's
like
a difference between the
we have
government
lunch
says
there's
that
stuff he will never put in writing,
can and should
but
execute
they'll always
these
say like
people,
on the
and
phone,
God
like in
says
person,
that it's
he
okay
says, like,
because
he just
these
doesn't
people are
think
deemed enemies.
that he's running things. He's like, because everyone said that this conflict with Iran
came out with
was not
was
winnable.
very popular.
Everyone said,
and it's actually
every
very
analyst said that.
You know what? You know what size their army is? No. I looked this up. I couldn't believe it. They have a
It is my understanding.
Yeah, army. I thought you said armor. Yeah, it's
All respective versions of the Old Testament is that those are events of the past and that Christ as their interpretation of the Word of Messiah
I'm sure there
has
a lot of them, but they have
made it so that Mosaic law no longer necessarily applies.
Yeah, but he's also fulfilled the promise of the Old Testament. And then that's how we went to the New Testament. It was a very good explanation. Better than mine.
It's kind of like
Sorry, I'm also trying to
cross thread the different
this whole thing
branches of the
about
brain.
the Strait of Hormuz, right?
The
Every
religion or
analyst
the-
said, hey, if we do this, they're going to shut down the strait.
So going back to
And then
pardons,
we do it. He does the press
You follow
conference, and
now
he said, "I never
why-
thought they would shut down the strait." That
still
that
give me
can't
a
be
reason
true.
where
Because every
it would be
analyst,
necessary to
I
have
mean,
that power.
they've been saying that not only military analysts, but economic analysts have been saying it since the early 2000s, right? Leave this little piece of
And
the world
I'm
alone
mostly
because
arguing
they're
for
going
the
to
sake of argument
try
because
to
I
shut down the
already
Strait of Hormuz.
showed my hand and indicated
So
that I
it
agree with you.
becomes
I
a
think that we
question of,
probably should,
and again,
at a
like,
minimum,
you know, a
restrict
month
the
ago,
fuck out of that.
someone went
Excuse
into
my
the
French.
futures market
But,
and they put a $2 billion.
I think that there are arguments to be
He
made
comes
where
out
it
and he
has
says, we've got a deal.
practical
And
uses
this is all
at the
public
very
record,
least.
right?
But
Someone made $60 million
sorry for interrupting. I
and it's
agree
happened
with
3
that.
times. And Marshall,
I think
we talked about this in the
part is the
Democratic
other
right? So it's like,
part in general has been
someone
abused on
is
both
making
sides of the
money.
aisle. Like,
And I
you
think,
know, they have
I
benefit
wouldn't put it past him that
on
he's
the
a part
civilian
of
side,
whatever the scheme
like
is.
war fighters that were
If you look at what just
criminally
happened, right?
charged,
So
and they
China
were
is
pardoned,
backfilling oil, and
so it really
future payments to
it's really
Iran,
hard
right?
to
So the
really
I
put
think
a
it
good
was
clause in
the
there
Ferguson
to
Institute. Was it Ferguson? Someone made, you know,
to
they were like,
justify
how long?
not
The
being
idea was that
abused.
we're
Sorry
going
for
to starve
interrupting you,
Iran.
Bridget.
How long can Iran do
But
this,
you
right?
could have
But China
legislation.
has been
Assuming you don't have that power, you could have legislation that could come into play that
so right now
would,
the idea is that Iran is probably sitting on $30 billion
of certain people that were convicted, or of people convicted under what was deemed a crime at that time, and now it's not a crime. So that those sentences are vacated, or you know, what's the one? What's words not coming into my head when
hold out for another 18 months.
I'm sorry, what?
Because China is
not commuted,
like
but
they
all
always
when
do.
they go away completely when they're yes, thank you.
Payments.
And you could have circumstances like that where you have legislation that would cover it.
It was Friday.
And I understand if something was considered criminal and then over time has become, you know, accepted, then that might make sense. But you could cover it with legislation. I don't know. I just think we're really limited pardon power in those circumstances.
Another one
if this goes on for another 3 weeks, like the fertilizer supply in this country
just the
will,
very
it's going to
simple
hurt us for 3
fact
years.
that law is general
I
and
don't
justice
think
is
that
particular.
Donald Trump is the guy who is taking in all of this
I think that still holds true. You know, Congress writes broad statutes that prosecutors charge under imperfect incentives, and then judges sentence within a framework that may later look excessive, outdated, or unjust.
I would argue a broad statute is, if it's overbroad, it's unconstitutional, it's going to get challenged. So you can't write too broadly.
You've heard me rail against like
some of them still
are authority. I don't like it if it's Republican. I don't like it if it's Democrat.
It's not criminal. But in the civil realm,
But I do
you've
want to
got
pass
Chevron, and Chevron is exactly why that happened.
What
It
genocide
was
is he
overly
funding?
broad and gave the APA too much leverage.
I saw that. I'm curious.
Yeah, I feel like a commutation allows the constitutional system to acknowledge that the conviction may stand, but the punishment has become too harsh, which I think is important in areas with mandatory minimum sentences or
I mean, like a pot, some people are charged with pot crimes and now pot's legal. So you could do that by statute.
True, you could, but statute is also notoriously more difficult to do, and sometimes you've got a situation that's a little bit more urgent than that.
I broke this down the other day. U.S. like
I know of a pardon. I'll tell you a story. Someone I know. It's a famous person here in Vegas. So he owned, or his family now are the heirs to this. He owned the newspaper in town, and other
a high year,
big,
it's between
you know,
$90 and
industries, very, very
$120.
prominent developers, etc. So in the 40s, after World War II, he was involved in getting arms over to Israel for the War of Independence.
And that amounts
And there
to
was
like
a
1%
lot of
of
people
overall
involved
federal
with
spending.
smuggling parts of airplanes
Right, it's just
through
not like it does
Czechoslovakia,
not
through
make a
Panama, through
significant
certain
amount of money
countries,
to devote to that.
and it getting, you know, the
Most of the
fuselage
money
along
that
with
we
the
actually
actual
give to
airplane
Ukraine
parts
is
to
Russian
build out
money. And
the
that's why
airplanes
out
to
of
form
the
an Air
last
Force,
week,
and also getting
they
guns
actually
over there to
lifted
help them
support.
fight the War of Independence.
Administration lifted
Because
some of the
he
Russian
was here in
sanctions
this
because
particular
before this,
geographic area,
most
has
of
some
the
ties,
aid we had
ties
kind of
to
seized,
organized
I think
crime.
it was
He was able to,
$270
you know,
billion.
access
We seized a lot of
and
fucking money from the
mobilize weapons
And this is the
and
money that
get
we were
literally
giving to
boatloads of
Ukraine
weapons
to fight the
through
war.
various
And
crazy
so when
routes
people would say
around the
we're giving
world,
Ukraine
in
all
different
this money, it
countries.
wasn't
I think
actually
they
true.
even
We
went
were
through
giving the
Africa up
Ukrainians the Russian
to
money.
smuggle into Israel.
And that's why
War of Independence
Putin
happens.
was
Obviously, the rest is
trying
history.
so
They
hard
become a
to get
country.
the sanctions
He
lifted.
was
Yes,
convicted
yes.
back
I think
then
just last week
of
we actually
arms smuggling.
lifted some of the sanctions,
And
which is weird because they're going to use
many,
this
many
money
years
to go
later,
kill Ukraine.
his son happened to be roommates with Bill Clinton in, was it law school or college? One of the two. And Clinton pardoned this man and took away his crimes. It was like, you know, 60 years later or whatever. But it was a pardon. It just made me think of someone I know that was pardoned and where the climate had changed. And,
we don't have a deal, but the damage is kind of already done. Someone's made
when it was a crime back then,
something
viewed
doesn't make
differently.
sense unless it does.
Well, I feel like
I don't know if that makes any
I
sense.
feel like
that story, but
Hamilton's defense in Federalist number 74 is also a good one, which is, if I recall correctly, the criminal codes are necessarily severe. However, without some easy access to mercy, justice can become cruel. And then that must be against the general principle of, you know, not invoking cruel and unusual punishments. So, it boils down to the idea that the legal system needs to have a deliberately non-judicial mechanism for mercy because courts are bound by law as written.
15th cousin to King Charles.
As written.
If you go ask an AI how likely you are to be 15th cousin with anybody on Earth, that likelihood is about 100%.
There are convictions that can occur that maybe people disagree with, maybe the president personally disagrees with. And it can be
or something. I mean, at some point, I've always wanted to live in Buckingham Palace.
Hypothetical that I think
I probably might cousin with them as well. The post, I have another post that might piss you off. The one that he posted like 2 days ago is him comparing, I don't know, some statue, I guess that's important to Americans.
Takes it upon themselves
under Obama and under him. He looked very closely in his own post that he shared.
Do a little bit of vigilantism after their child was
perfectly identical.
Assaulted.
It's a lie. It's AI generated. So just 2 days and 2 stupid posts. And then if you go back 3 days ago, that's not true. Go back about a week and a half ago. Donald Trump posted an ad on his own social media for stake.com crypto gambling. So if you're not gambling your money on stake.com, are you even American?
On death row.
And on that note, Trump is done.
Based on
it's funny though, right? Because they said when Biden left the White House, his net worth increased by
deeply unpopular situation because of the situation.
In Trump's first term, they said when he left the White House, he and his family's net worth
I can think of enough
one-off. Okay, so stay with that one. Someone else can chime in to be doing all the talking here, but you could mitigate that in front of a jury. You can mitigate what the criminal intent was at the time, and whether what the provocation, and did it mitigate some of the crime. I mean,
you know, one of the things
it doesn't mean because there's a statute and you committed a murder or an act of violence that through the process of a jury or a trial, some of that might justify, not justify the act, but mitigate is the optimal word. So I don't know if I agree with you, but I'm sure I'm boring people with this.
I would say that in your example, there is an alternative to pardon. The judge has the power. Even if the jury is going to convict,
it's easier to get reelected.
Directed verdict is don't have to show up. I'm making a decision that is not the same jury.
And ask the hard questions on
so there are ways for them to not have to pay the price of the crime that they actually did. But there are circumstances that the law can't
So the
deal
courts
with.
were always kind of, we are independent.
I know.
Set aside the verdict.
What
Historically,
Abby,
yeah, you know, maybe you have conservative
ever
justices and liberal justices.
other attorneys to provide ineffective counsel?
About the law and the Constitution,
Are you serious with that question?
Right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. And have you ever known judges to get things wrong?
Who's gotten things wrong?
Judges get things wrong.
Every minute.
Right. And do juries occasionally get things wrong?
Yes.
Right.
But that doesn't change our system, and that the system is a system that works and functions. It's gonna have inaccuracies, but if you have ineffective counsel, there are ways to redress that wrong. You can go back to court and petition for a new trial if you had ineffective counsel. If the judge was biased, you appeal. You have a process of appeal. If a verdict is also appealable. If information was not vetted properly through the jury process. I mean, we have within our system, embedded in our system, the ability to question those wrongs and to redress those wrongs.
I love calling like this.
I'm sorry, guys. Someone else. Where's Monica?
I have a question. I do have a question though for both of you, but we'll let Brandon go first because Abby, you've been talking way too much.
I know, guys. I mean to. I'm gonna watch dog TV while you're doing it.
No, I actually like you, Abby. I like when you talk. It's fun. What if for presidential pardons? That it wasn't a sole executory executive kind of thing where they could decide they want to, but they have to get it signed off by someone else. It has to be countersigned. I don't know who exactly would do that, if it's a person or if it's a body. Would that make it better? If they make the choice of who gets put up, but they don't get the final choice of whether they get the pardon or not.
So like it goes to the Speaker of the House or something like that?
I was thinking, that was actually my first thing, but I was thinking maybe it'd be better if it was somebody that was nonpartisan, or I mean, they could be in a party, but
like a Chief Justice?
Yes, the Chief Justice could do it. That would be the best, because they're actually supposed to be nonpartisan.
You still have to amend the Constitution to do that.
Oh, I was looking for a workaround. That was not gonna. Okay, forget that one.
You know, if we're doing a constitutional amendment anyway, perhaps it has to be agreed on by multiple parties. Maybe it needs to be both somebody who is a representative from all three branches. That might be good.
You know, a lot of people who believe in this minimum basic income. George Bush and Trump issued checks to every American. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? So what I'm trying to say is, even though we're $40 trillion in debt, we can't necessarily delete it, But what we can do is just issue checks to Americans. And that means you have to be in the social. Hello?
It is fantastic to hear that
the Matrix, John.
Hello?
John, you're in the Matrix.
You're in the Matrix.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Johnny. You're going to have to leave and come back.
Representative.
It's fucking sad because he's usually got some good shit to say, but I couldn't hear him.
Please don't do that.
Hello? Hello?
What brought this pardon thing on? What was the genesis of this?
The pardon thing? Because we were talking about Comey and talking about whether he was pardoned when Biden went and pardoned everybody. We were talking about all the people in government that Biden pardoned. I was talking about that, and the question was whether Comey was in the grouping of Adam Schiff and all the people that were pardoned under Biden. That's how it came.
Yeah, okay, but that wouldn't cover his seashell 47A6 thing, because that happened after Biden was long president. So that doesn't help him, even if he was. Was he on the list? Was he pardoned?
I don't know. I never got to check.
I don't know. But it won't help him with the problem he's got right now.
I mean, so what? Are you saying you don't want governors to have the right to pardon either?
Pardon you? What are you asking here? Are you asking Abby?
Either.
What's the question again?
You don't want governors to have the right to pardon either?
I actually, on the fence on this thing, I actually like the idea of pardon but it's mostly, I'm not usually emotional about stuff. But I just want to make sure that if I ever needed it, I want to be able to do it, and I don't want to give it up.
Right.
Were you thinking like when the guy's on death row and they call the governor like right before they pull the switch, like that kind of thing? Like in the movies?
No, I'm thinking that.
I'm asking serendipity then.
No, governors have the right to pardon.
Right, but don't they always call the governor? Do you remember the scene like the Jim McCagney, like in the chair, call the governor, right?
Yeah, but that's because it's a state crime.
Well, that's what she's asking. She's asking that question.
Yeah, I like that. I actually, that kind of goes along with my emotional argument. Other than that, I'm in agreement with you, and I think Brigham was in agreement with you too. It's just too easily abused because there aren't even really any standards of who you pick.
Yeah, I think that Joe and I are probably more aligned on the issue than Abby and I are, but I broadly agree with Abby.
You know what seems odd to me is that when they wrote the Constitution, they tried to get rid of all of the, especially Bill of Rights afterwards, they tried to get rid of sort of all the bad habits of was this notion of giving pardons. It's sort of like this the one sort of thing left for the president, you could say for governors, is this king thing. I wish it was done at the sort of House of Representative level, where it based on sort of the will of the people, the representatives of the people, as opposed to a single person.
Well, Yaakov, I'm just glad that they didn't keep the other side of that coin. Off with his head. I'm glad they didn't keep that part.
No, I mean, if you look at the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, everything up to pretty much the Ninth Amendment, they're all to rectify things that we didn't like that the British did. And,
no, you made a very cogent argument. I made a really bad joke.
Sorry, I didn't catch the. I have a hard time with humor, but I don't know. I just don't understand why we have this whole thing left over from a king, which is the ability.
It's not in the bill. I mean, it's in Article 2. It's not in the.
Yeah, I know it's in the Constitution.
But my point was where it came from, and the whole climate of England at the time, and why they had pardons, and it made sense historically. It just, it's changed now. Our executive branch is aware of what our judicial branch is doing. In those days, the monarchy didn't know what the magistrates were doing.
I think there would have been a better. If I was writing the base constitution, I would have put it with the House.
What I think it's valuable to keep, it's not so much with heinous crimes where people are killed or maimed or hurt really badly. I think it's more with white-collar crimes because the courts do even a worse job with that. Because if they don't understand financial crime, most judges, and certainly most juries, and there you can have a miscarriage of justice, and it can look like rich guy got richer, put him in jail, and he really did deserve it, but there was enough evidence to.
Hey, I got a question for Abby. Can you hear me, Abby?
Is he in the Matrix?
Hello? Representative Ro Khanna says that Benjamin Netanyahu in the Situation Room is a betrayal of the American people. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
The gal on the app that was in the Situation Room, what's her name? Victoria, were they in the Situation Room together?
I'm not sure. I think Victoria's Situation Room could be on the 23rd floor of a psychiatric holding facility.
I don't like Ro Khanna. I don't follow him. Sorry.
So Ro Khanna was hanging around with girls with Victoria's Secret? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yes, with Victoria Ro Khanna in the Situation Room.
Yeah, I'm voting for Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey in 2028.
Boy, do you see there's a really good guy running against Massey. He's a war hero, veteran, like wonderful, smart guy.
Abby, he won't even show up to date Massey. Massey is destroying him, but, obviously this guy has billionaires backing him, but come on, Abby. I mean, one guy's...
Life's got a lot of people behind him. He's very popular.
All the statistics that Massey puts out shows that Massey's going to win. I very much doubt that this guy's going to beat Massey, and it's going to make Massey so much more powerful than he already is. I mean, you got to realize that Massey and Ro Khanna have made over 50 people.
Has anyone looked at the polling in that district?
Massey and Ro have been very successful. They have brought down over 50 people. 50 people have had to retire because of Massey and Ro Khanna's Epstein file release. Hello?
Who has polling in that district? No, Necro? Can you pull it up?
I have this is that Massey has always been his own man, so I don't see it.
He's got a very apt opponent. Let me see if I can pull up some recent polls.
Yeah, I will be stunned if there's any person in this district that will like Massey more. Or that likes them more than Massey.
I'm 182 points away from being 1% karma.
Let me ask you, Joe, do you think karma is reciprocal, or do you think karma is just action and doing in itself, that there is no cause and effect from karma? Do you think people misidentify, don't translate karma correctly?
Karma comes from the gods through the app.
So what you're saying is Reid Hoffman's plantation, we're all just plantation workers serving Reid Hoffman. Okay.
I actually looked up Alistair Crowley. I like who he was. I didn't really like you prior to that.
Oh, you hated me?
His name is Ed Gallerin, and the primary is, this is in the primary, and it's May 19th.
So let's go back to the fact that Albert hates me, but now he likes the poetry.
Yeah, no, I like who you're putting up. I don't necessarily hate you. I just think, I see why you do what you do, but I don't actually enjoy how you do it.
Oh, I see. You mean you don't like my mockery of people on this app who are worthy of mockery?
Well, I think you mock everybody. I don't think you mock other people.
It's not true. I don't mock everybody. Some people I actually appreciate and listen, and they provide incredible analysis and thoughtful insight that I had never heard elsewhere. I'm an information addict. Hello?
I'll talk more for you then, John. I'll say more things going forward so that you can enjoy it.
Thanks, Joe. Just stop wearing makeup and everything will work out. Am I gonna get kicked?
I like how you don't choose to reveal your age, Joe, because you said you don't want people to think you're too young.
It's true. I don't want people to judge me for my age. It's not a good thing. I mean, they're gonna wait for me to grow up or think when I've gotten to a certain age that they can listen to me, and I don't think I need to do that. It's unnecessary.
I was sure he was talking about me.
Can we get back on topic and talk about this corrupt police officer, Goomba James Comey, one of the most corrupt law enforcement officials in American history? Hello?
He's not a Goomba. The mafia would not take him. He's not even Italian.
I mean, listen, his daughter, she didn't even have to file with the National Merit Board. She's going straight to trial. And I have personally also filed an EEO complaint against federal employees for violence at the workplace, sexual harassment, etc. But what I'm trying to say is that James Comey is so corrupt that thank God Trump fired AG Bondi. And now we got a real man who's going to take down a corrupt cop, because James Comey deserves to go to jail. And I can't wait for him to go to jail. I will have a party and we will celebrate here on Clubhouse when James Comey reports to jail. Hello?
He ain't going to jail because of the shells. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, there's a hell of a lot more than shells. Apparently, you people, as soon as we get him in some cuffs and his disgusting daughter, these people are traitors, they're criminals, and I can't wait for him to go to jail.
You're not wrong, but they gotta get an indictment on that shit. The original indictment.
Oh, original indictment! It's in the shell!
Shells are actually a better case than you might think, but I still think it's about 50-50, and 50-50 works really good for the defendant.
Okay, just because you think it's shells, and I'm going to now run a query, and we're going to get an extract of the key points from the indictment. Please hold.
Yes, you do that real quick.
No, take
I'll wait.
Take your time and get it right.
I'll wait. It has absolutely zero to do with Russiagate.
Deputy, I've spoken more today in this room than I spoke in the last.
I know you have. You came in as a hot Catholic. But Anne's still wrong about this indictment, but we love her anyway.
I just looked at the polling on Massey.
Yeah, I mean,
For an incumbent to be under 50% makes it competitive. So we'll see. He's got the edge on it, but it's definitely competitive now.
Yeah,
is that 14% undecided in that district? Something like that.
Okay, so I got the extract from the Comey indictment.
I looked it up. Yeah, Massey's below 50%, but yeah.
Okay, are you ready for the Comey indictment? Because it has nothing to do with shells. That's just the fake news. Are you ready? Do you want to know the charging language for count one? Or no? Too much? Okay, this is charging language for count one. False statements, 18 USC 101A2. On or about September 30th, 2020, in the Eastern District of Virginia, the scumbag defendant James Comey Jr. did willfully and knowingly make a materially false, fictitious, and fraudulent statement in a matter within the jurisdiction of the legislative branch of the government of the U.S. by falsely stating to a U.S. senator during a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing that he, James B. Comey Jr., the scumbag, had not authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports regarding an FBI investigation concerning person one. Charging statement number two, explanation why the statement was allegedly false. That statement was false because, as James B. Comey Jr. then and there knew, he in fact had authorized person number three to serve as an anonymous source in news reporting regarding an FBI investigation concerning person one. Number three, violation clause for count one, all in violation of 18 U.S.C. 100. Number four, charging language for count two, obstruction of a congressional proceeding, 18 U.S.C. 1505. On or about September 30, 2020, in the Eastern District of Virginia, the defendant scumbag James B. Comey Jr. did corruptly endeavor to influence, obstruct, and impede the due and proper exercise of the power of inquiry under which an investigation was being had before the Senate Judiciary Committee by making false and misleading statements before that committee, all in violation of 18 U.S.C. Violation Clause for count 2. The full indictment is only 2 pages. Anyways, that's it. So, Shells, hello?
That's the old indictment.
What?
Doesn't 86 have multiple definitions?
Yeah, we talked about that a bit.
Sorry. Got into it a few minutes ago.
The new indictment is that he knowingly and willfully made a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States.
Maybe he just wanted him removed from office. Like, he's just crazy.
So, go back to your indictment search, please, sir.
Okay, I'm putting in a new one. Tell me the top 10 extracts from the latest James Comey indictment.
Dated April 26th, 2026.
4.26.26. It came out 2 days ago?
Or maybe, hold on, maybe I have it wrong. Maybe it's the 8th,
Okay,
28th. It was the 28th, sorry.
And I'm tagging Comey on X. It's going to be exciting. Here we go.
I fully support Comey, like them going after Comey. They should go after Bondi too, though.
Here it is. I got it.
Yep. Thomas Massey says he's going to go after
What
Bondi.
charges would you bring against her?
Count 1 on May 15th, 2025, in the Eastern District of North Carolina, James Brian Comey knowingly and willfully made a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States, and that he publicly posted a photograph on the internet social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells. Oh, look, seashells is in the fucking indictment. Just like I said, arranged in a pattern making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of an intent to do harm to the President of the United States in violation of Title 18 United States Code, Section 87 or 871A, Count 2, on or about May 15th, 2025, in the Eastern District of North Carolina, the defendant, James Brian Comey Jr., knowingly and willfully did transmit interstate and foreign commerce a communication contained a threat to kill the President, Donald J. Trump, specifically by publicly posting a photograph on the internet social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells arranged in a pattern making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of intent to do harm to President Trump. Any more questions?
Could you read it faster next time?
Yeah, I have the actual indictment, and I'm looking at it, and you're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So this is amazing. It really does deal with making threats to the president. And the fact that he's the head of the fucking FBI making sigil death threat, homicidal ideation statements about killing our president, I can't wait for this motherfucker to go to jail. He's going to fucking jail, baby.
Now it's all about the motherfucking seashells.
Now there's 2 separate indictments, like Senator Reed. They're 2 completely separate
That's what I said. There was an old indictment that was dismissed without prejudice, and this is a new indictment, and they are completely different. I have no problem with the original indictment. I have every problem in the world with this new indictment.
You think people should be allowed to threaten the president?
I think we have a situation of free speech being targeted here because there is a lot of discrepancy about what 86 means. And the most general reference for 86 is remove, not eliminate or kill.
So your concerns are free speech? Are you delusional? Your concern is for free speech? Ah! That's not your concern. It's not free speech. That's not what you're concerned about.
This law's been on the books for over 100 years, and James Comey should have to defend himself if that's what it is.
Abby, how do they prove intent that he intended to kill him versus intended to?
You look at the circumstances, you look at what, I mean, that's how you present evidence. You have to obviously discover and see other social media posts. You have to see whether there were emails or texts or anything that would express the intent for harm. I mean, you have to build your case. I mean, that's what they're going to have to do. And if they
why not own it? If you have a massive case of TDS, which it sounds like you do, then you're biased. They did a survey of Democrats after the assassination attempt, and only 1/3 of them were upset that the assassin wasn't able to kill Trump. So chances are 30% of Democrats on this call want Trump dead, which means we have massive TDS, but you also are biased in your view towards things, and just own it. It's okay. We're on Clubhouse.
I'm explaining how evidence works in a criminal trial. What does that have to do with TDS?
So
It's totally irrelevant to what he just asked me. I'm a Republican.
from TDS.
So what you're saying is
TDS. I was just explaining how you would prove this. You have to show the mens rea of some type that there was an intent, or if you look at it, and I was trying to look at it almost from a negligence standpoint on what would be foreseeable, because that's what we were talking about before. Is he still in here?
No, I wasn't talking about you, of course. I'm saying that, like in general, so many Democrats are so crazy right now with their brain not fully functioning that they got TDS.
Trenches of World War I to the beaches of Normandy, from the frozen hills of Korea to the scorching sands of Africa and the Middle East.
I've heard on here, we just sound like, no matter what, it's Trump's fault, Trump's a criminal, Trump's a bad guy. So Comey, of course, is innocent because, he's on their team. And it's just such a boring.
There's nobody on this stage right now that's a Democrat. We're all Trump supporters.
Necro,
sorry.
And Necro wants to indict Bondi, so I'm reading what you would be indicting her for, Necro. So can you be specific on what criminal act? Because indictment would mean criminal.
Sorry, say again.
So explain to me how you would put together your indictment that you're suggesting on Bondi.
I think there's a legitimate case that she violated the Epstein Transparency Act by not releasing by the deadline. And of course, also her leaking the names of the victims against orders.
Okay, but let's talk about what the Transparency Act, and what was her reason at the time that what was released got? I mean, was there national security reasons? What was the reason that was given?
Well, that was the thing. He, never got it right.
Is there criminal statutes behind the Epstein Act?
Yeah, that's where I'm trying to understand.
I don't think there's criminal statutes.
Yeah.
No, there is. It's law. It's actually law that was passed, and by not performing according to the statutes and the laws, they actually violated the law. AG Pam Bondi, who Trump fired because she's a failure.
That'd be a violation. It wouldn't be put her in jail, correct?
It takes a future AG to bring those charges.
It could very well be.
Well, you'd have to look at is there an abusive process? Or, I'm trying to understand what criminal act.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I'm struggling with that.
You have to look at the actual Epstein Transparency Act and then determine, again, it's a future AG that will have to bring these charges. Again, this is all just, Abby, it's just prosecutorial, objective. It's the future government if they want to do something.
Is there abuse process?
It's not abusive process. It's the fact that it's going to be, it's political. If somebody wants to bring charges against her in the future, that's what it's going to be. If she gets a pardon, she gets a pardon.
Under what criminal?
Again, it'll have to be political.
I'm missing what I'm asking. What criminal?
What would they charge her?
So do you want to try this?
They wouldn't charge. It opens her up for liability to be sued by the victims, but they wouldn't be. There's not a criminal statute behind it. No, it's under the Retard Act. I'm a retard, Trump hating, scumbag, and that's what it is. Why we try to take it serious?
Yeah, I'm not sure. She has immunity. She has immunity for the stuff with anybody that was named in there.
But Mark, the Epstein Transparency Act.
Not her personally.
There were serious repercussions from this act. Over 50 people resigned their positions, and one of them was a Pritzker. So there were a lot of people that got fucked up by this release, and they had to resign their positions and resign in disgrace, completely separated, no pensions, all kinds of consequences for being in these files. And those people have suffered.
She did get fired.
I'm talking about the perps who were hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, not A.G. Bondi. Hello? Did anybody spend any fucking time going through these files? Am I the only one that looked through the files? Hello?
I don't know why you're screeching like a banshee. You know you get mic time on this day.
Stop projecting, Monica.
I'd like to invite everybody to Love Bomb Serendipity, the hostess with the mostest in this public space. Please share some love with her. We are combating negative karma, and she deserves every bit of laughter and love we can provide her. Also, welcome Bima to the stage. Nice to see you.
Serendipity is the best mod on the app. I just
Oh.
It's like my favorite mod. Okay, so just going through this, if you want to look at whether she was in contempt of Congress, is that where you're going with it? Like I'm trying to understand where the obstruction of justice comes in, because that's where she would have to be criminally obstructing justice in the violence.
Like I said, I think there's legitimate grounds, but I am not the person who's done an extensive investigation, so I can't charge her. So.
Can't charge anybody.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, because I'm not a prosecutor, I'm not a DA, so I can't charge her.
Well, they're bringing charges against Dr. Fauci's laboratory assistant, who was helpful in bringing the COVID-19 vax disaster to America and the rest of the world.
Do you have proof on that, like an article?
Yeah, let me put it in the link. There's also this thing called Google, and you could also try to search for what I'm talking about. Hello?
Is he in the Matrix again?
Yes.
Yeah, leave the room again and come back.
I know there's a lot of buyer's remorse for those who got vaccinated. You made a bad decision and you were lied to, and that's okay. I feel for you. I hear your suffering.
Mark, how's it going? It's been a minute.
I hear your suffering.
What do you think is a real reason why UAE left to OPEC? Is it just a fight with Saudi and UAE?
I think they're going to open up those lines, Mark. I think that the whole shipping line, they're going to, the intent originally before October 7th that the Saudis had to try to build a line almost going all the way through to the port of Haifa, like in that direction. And everything got screwed up after the 7th. But I think the UAE may be looking at that transportation route. They talked about putting a rail line in. I think it opens up trade going in that direction. I don't know. What do you think?
I guess I'm not sure, but it does seem like maybe it's a little spat between Saudi and Riyadh, and UAE. And where maybe Saudi's started growing colder on Israel and UAE is obviously warmer. I don't know.
Well, they have been warm, but I don't know. Can we just not do the Middle East right now? I know, no offense, Mark, but we were on something here.
Yeah.
We're staying domestic tonight a little bit. So can we just go back to, where's Necro? Is he still here?
No, he just went to the gym. He's going on a date with a tranny tonight.
I'm still trying to figure out how.
Abby, what is it about Thomas Massey that you hate so much? I know he doesn't want to fund Israel and he's a schmuck, but like,
I don't like that he what he does with the Republican Party. I mean, what don't I like about him?
Wasn't he trying to
major Republican proposals that come down to a hair of votes, and he can't vote with the party, including important fiscal, just various different types of legislation that he just on principle opposes, and it's problematic for the party, and so that's why I don't like him.
Didn't he wasn't he gonna work with who's that dipshit? Connor, yeah, to increase the number of fucking number of H1B1 immigrants that will come in from fucking India.
Yeah.
I don't mind parts of him. I understand he's more libertarian, which I can stand him to a degree, but he's I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck he's doing, to be honest.
Well, maybe you should go to his X account. You could go to his Instagram account. You could go to his YouTube account. You can read his content. He puts out a lot of content, and all this ad hominem projection. It just, you guys aren't critiquing his content, his thoughts, his opinions, his economic philosophy, his legal philosophy. I mean, you guys have said nothing specific other than I just like him.
Fuck about his I care that he's a member of the Republican caucus and he fucks them over. That's what I care about. I'm sorry, but one dude in Kentucky is not, to me, should not be determinative of whether legislation can get through, and he purposely goes against his own caucus on a regular basis. I mean, just look at his voting pattern.
Well, yeah, that's kind of why I like him. He is.
I appreciated that part. I'm somebody who did not care about the Epstein files. It's just fucking retarded people fixated on it. But, to be fair, the president did release them when he was running, so it's okay, well, yeah, now you...
No, so don't do West. This is enough.
Okay, this is Trump America. This is Alistair. We just, I have a vow now. I won't actually spend any time in any rooms with Pepe anymore if he's speaking. I don't want to hear his voice anymore. And that's that.
Yeah, they'll definitely try that again. And so, I ended up talking to the cops, which was a bad thing, right? Because I got a ticket out of the deal. And, that was about it.
They let you off, but they just didn't do anything.
Yeah, a pipe and a grinder in my car, and I had not been smoking, but it smelled like weed. And the cop pulled me over and confiscated my pipe and grinder. It was you're lucky that you didn't have any weed. And the thing I've thought about to this day was if there was weed loaded in ability, and accountability is number 2. And the cop didn't look. And so I got away with it. But those incidents are few and far between, 7 and 10 years ago. Don't do that stuff now.
One time when I was in undergrad, we were smoking in my friend's car, on campus, because we had gone out to out for the day, and we had come back before we head back to our dorms. Let's smoke up, right? And so we were smoking in his car. This is before weed was legalized in California. So this is in 2015. And so they were smoking in the car, and for some reason, LAPD gang unit posted.
Yep.
Yeah, they whooped them, bro. Yeah. Woo.
Yeah, something's dropped in the game today. But they're still leaving 3-2.
to go out and kill the fucking president. I mean, that's just he's somebody who I don't think is it's likely an issue with him in general.
My baby Mariam is here. My baby. Oh, my beautiful baby is here.
So random. Well, I mean, I have views that are like not popular and like I don't like I've never planned to go out and like start like beating up people or alone doing a terrorist attack. I mean, it's fucking crazy. But people that do that, and I think they have all throughout time. And I think that when people try to, this is kind of, I don't like seeing the right use this whole, what they call stochastic terrorism argument, where even saying not so nice things about will lead people to kill people, and it's just dehumanizing. I mean, it can be at times, but for the most part, like, no, we don't. I don't think we should be like a bunch of leftists and
I don't know.
You're saying there's a problem with the monarchy is propagandized. So in other words, what is the solution? That we end up basically clamping down on the speech that you feel would have led to Donald Trump, somebody trying to execute him?
No, make sure that we provide information that's accurate to the people so they know that Trump is not a pedophile.
Okay, so how do you do? But then that means you have to stop. He's a pedophile.
No, I don't have to stop it. I have to mock it. I have to tell them it's stupid. I have to tell them that they're only seeing part of a story and they're swallowing hook, line, and sinker, and it's a huge problem.
But there's people who will turn around and say that you're brainwashed and you're mad. That's what they have to try to deal with.
Careful where you go with that, because again, Trump said, let's go to the Capitol and fight like hell, and you were vociferous. It's not whataboutism. It would be a prime case in point in which you would give leverage and power to the other side to be able. Okay, so I didn't finish my point because you interrupted me, because you're sensitive and you don't understand. Jesus Christ.
I just, to your point, Mark, I just don't understand, like, why people see the right essentially say that Trump making comments on social media about wiping out a civilization is just hyperbolic and not really that big a deal. And that in turn, a very ambiguous post because of what the meaning of 86 could potentially represent is something that's worthy of us arming and sending our federal prosecutors after a person. And yet, like, we all wanted to make excuses when Trump talked about, wiping out a civilization, because we know he's hyperbolic. We know he says outrageous things. We make excuses for his outrageousness all the time. And yet, by the same token, oh my God, somebody threatened to kill Trump. And ambiguity around 8647. I mean, we certainly didn't file charges against Gretchen, what's her face, when she wore the little pin that included 86, was it 8645 or 8647? I mean, she did exactly the same thing.
So serendipity, can I give you context, maybe help you with this? Serendipity, it's this. I'm going to go back to like early days on Clubhouse, trying to listen to people. We actually have a standard. I mean, whatever happens to Comey, it's still going to go
The
through
Brandenburg
the
test.
Brandenburg test. Thank you. Who said that?
Me,
Was that Pepe?
I learned it from
Pepe
you.
gets, yes, okay, so Brandenburg test, two-prong test. The speech must be intended to cause immediate illegal activity. Correct. And the speech must be likely to cause immediate illegal activity. Those are the prongs. It has to be intended and it has to be imminent that it's going to happen and intended for that to happen. That's our test. Thank you, Pepe. God, why didn't you become a lawyer? You picked up on this. I know you know that.
But Abby, the same lesson would be said, because now if a Republican in the future says go fight like hell and something happens off of it, they could be held if we allow this to pass.
Well, let's talk about, but this test got tested over and over in the courts many times. It actually got loosened more than when Brandenburg happened. And Brandenburg was a Ku Klux Klansman who stood up in front of a bunch of Klansmen. And the question was, did he incite the violence? Did he have the intent to have them go take down the Black community? And was there a likelihood they would do it? And the court said no, that it wasn't incitement. So, and again, it became even more and more harder to prove incitement over the years. So in this scenario, it's interesting what you say, serendipity, because ultimately it's going to go back to if his intent was to dog whistle or to get people to react to it, knowing that there's a strong possibility that there would be the reaction, then it's going to be tested under that test. It's our law. I mean, and you guys can Google it. Where's my co-counsel Pepe? You go Google what happened in the case law post Brandenburg, that how we look at whether that dog whistle is going to bring imminent harm and the likelihood of it. All right, now.
No, Pepe, add that to your bio, bro. That's on the resume.
Yeah, he's good.
Also, Pepe.
It's my understanding that's why you can use vague threats. Like, for example, kill Whitey, total N-word death, gas the you-know-who's. Now, horrible language, you know, the social consequences will be severe for saying that publicly. But, okay, let's just use the last example, gaslight the Jews.
Because that means you're doing something you don't need to be doing. If you're ashamed of who you are and what you're doing, stop doing it. Point blank. You worry about somebody gonna tell your business. Sometimes y'all men, these ain't all the way there. And that's it. But
Universe, are you here?
Hello, my baby Maddie and my darling. The Lambo Heritage there.
She has no background in DC. So where are you talking about? What, Henry?
I was just going to say, I appreciate the explanation, Walter, because I was also worried of that moving her out of her current position where she is being so successful. Would that create a gap that couldn't be filled? It sounds like that's probably true. So I appreciate clarity. Maybe some other time we could talk about Vivek. Man, that was the only other thing I wanted to talk about, but I'm taking up too much time.
Vivek, listen to me. I've been following his campaign. I don't know what he's doing.
He came through town. You know where I live, don't mention it, but he came through town a week or so ago, and I went and saw him. I didn't get a chance to talk to him or get a picture or anything, but I was standing there with one of the local mayors, and we were having a good. It was a nice little time. He came to a local Italian restaurant that's like 80 years old, and it was nice. But we didn't have much time to like talk to him or anything like that. But yeah. I just was curious. I didn't know if you have a sense of the campaign.
The problem I have with Vivek's campaign is that Vivek's campaign is being run by consultants instead of him. And what he should be doing to win in Ohio is running the exact same race that he ran if for president, and he win.
Yes,
so, I don't know.
Why did we do that?
I have no idea.
Oh, man, they gotta hire you. They gotta hire you and Chris and whoever the hell.
Listen, I'm not allowed to be hired as a political consultant because to be hired as a political consultant, you can only lose by a small margin. That's the only way that it works. Political consultants only get hired if you lose all the time. You can't have any good ideas.
You can't have any real guerrilla marketing experience. You can't have any real opposition research experience. To be a Republican consultant these days, you have to figure out how to charge $350,000 a month and do almost nothing. And that's the only way to get there.
Walter, you're a charming person, so please don't go work for Vivek Ramaswamy.
I just wish I came up in this era of Democrat operatives where you can get paternity leave for like 4 months and get paid. You can get it, you got the good life, you know what I mean? Like back in the day, we had to grind for that stuff, and oh man, I don't even understand today. But these cats are making major money off these NGOs and nonprofit.
I guess on the left side, that is probably true. They have a lot of money from they get a ton of money from the NGO side. On the right side, it's whoever can send the most useless fucking mailers. We got to send 80 million mailers, and they're all $17 each, and I get to keep $14 of that $17, and nobody looks at them. No one's seen them. No one cares about them. They show up in the mail, people throw them right in the fucking trash. I mean, these are the dumbest people in the world to me. I mean, the amount of money. I was sitting in this room years ago. This was I was in a private event at the Willard at a fundraising event with Club for Growth, and I was sitting there listening to these people, and they were about to raise, I think, $16 million for a candidate I was talking to. And I went around the room and I started getting to this last guy, and he said, "So, how much are you guys spending on mailers?" And suddenly the room went silent. And I said, "Which one of you owns the mailer company?" And the guy on the left side said, "Well, I mean, it's not my company, it's my brother." And I was like, "Oh, hold on there. Wait, what now? Your brother?" And he did this. They were not happy with me. I was not invited back. This is the reality of the scenario, okay? These people, this is what they do. This is how they make their money. They raise a bunch of money, and then they all take their cut off the top, and it's a fat cat society, and it's really obnoxious, and I cannot stand it. If we wanted to win, you don't need to do that. You don't need to use friggin' mailers anymore, okay? Mailers don't do anything. If you spent the amount of money on mailers that you did on YouTube banners and YouTube ads and X ads and everything else ads, you would do 10 times better. But these people, they don't have any concept of the new wave of how you actually advertise. I mean, the concept of a mailer is so stupid in the first place. Essentially, this is the way I think about a mailer. A mailer is like an impression. Like an impression of X, right? You see it for 2 seconds, and then you throw it in the garbage. What's the difference between a mailer and something you see on X? Something you see on X that advertises to you, you can pull it up, and you can see it 6, 10, 15, 20 times a day. If you're paying it right, if you're advertising and doing it properly and actually spending the money on it, that impression will be many, many times. But a mailer is once. Okay, and then you see it and you put it into the garbage can because you go, "Oh, look, yay." It's like the stupid freaking thing. The goddamn text messages, dude. These things are so annoying.
Look, I would want to be a Democrat organizer on the left to do community organizing.
I don't throw it away. I got so much mail from Winsome Earl Sears, right? And my husband used to be the personal trainer for her like 3 years back, and I kept all the mail. Okay, and when I saw her, I gave her assistant all the mails, like, "Please vote for Winsome Earl Sears." My mom, she got so much to her house, like so much to her rental property, and I was like, "Here's all the mail. I'm just gonna give all of it to you." Take your mail back.
You guys know why Winsome lost? They spent all their fucking money on mailers. That's
exactly.
Oh my lord, dude. Listen to me. If there's any politicians in this room or any hopeful politicians, if you ever meet a consultant that tells you, "Yes, we need to spend $800,000 on mailers this month and this quarter," fire them immediately, okay? Fire them the next day. Fire them the next hour. In fact, the moment it leaves their lips, fire them instantly. That should be the first thing you do. Yeah, but of course, no one will hire me as a consultant for these types of things. I only like winning. So, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to win. You can't have good ideas as a consultant.
Oh, bro, you're out of business on the GOP, though, man. From what I've heard from YouTube, bro, these cats are dedicated to not winning. Like, they can't wait to not win.
They are absolutely hell-bent on fucking losing. That's right.
Well, and part of the reason why is not a majority, but many of these big consultants, they have these franking contracts with people in frank contracts and people in Congress where our taxpayer dollars pay for mailers and all these different things. You talk about Axiom Strategies and some others out there, and so that's just part of what they do. And it's crazy. I don't know, man. If you're not in if you're not, doing IP targeting and other types of geo-targeting and micro-targeting down and getting in front of people, having those all kinds of other creative ways, in today's world, you're not doing right.
Guerrilla marketing is the only way to win now. And the reason for that is because the attention economy has gotten so competitive that why the hell would I pay any attention to you? Like, really? I mean, seriously, if you're trying to get someone's attention, if you're really trying to get somebody to actually pay attention to what you're doing, what you're saying, you have 7 seconds to get that person's attention. And if you don't get that 7 seconds, they will never care about you ever again. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. That's that much effort. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just got one more point I forgot to mention. I added the YouTube link to O'Keefe Media Group, which reveals hidden camera video with Glenn Prager from the DOJ, who handled the first round of Epstein victims on hidden camera video, saying he is that Jeffrey Epstein was an informant and an asset for the CIA. So that is confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, dude, listen to me. If people think this is just like some hunky-dory random thing that, it's just some random dude, guys, they just get out from underneath the rock, okay? It's obviously an intelligence operation. Otherwise, we would have found out a lot more about it. Okay, but I got to go, guys. This was a great show this evening. Thank you guys, everybody who came to the show tonight. This is the Political Theater on Walter Kerr. Make sure you guys follow all my speakers up here on stage. Chris, Jared, AB was up here this evening. Henry, Zen, Sunlight, 10th Mountain. Make sure you guys follow all these people. These are good people. They got good content. Make sure you guys come back. We will be back on tomorrow night. Well, wait a minute here. I got to go to Michigan tomorrow. Maybe. If I get into the hotel early enough tomorrow, I will be on tomorrow night at 9. So we will be back as soon as we can. And probably there's a press conference, by the way, Thursday morning. There was a press conference up in Michigan, and we're going to be going over the fraud. That is with the state senator Nesbitt. So that'll be at 9:15 Thursday morning. So there's a press conference talking about the fraud stuff. That's the most recent articles. If you guys have been following the work that I've been doing, that's what that's going to be covering. So we're going to be covering that on that. And I think we should be on for the rest of the week. I don't know. I got to double check some travel stuff because I might be going down to DC Friday. Someone invited me to an event. They want me to go, and I'm going to try and make it. So we'll see. But anyway, guys, we'll be back. Hopefully, we'll be back on tomorrow night. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to be back on tomorrow night. So we'll see you guys tomorrow night for more of the Political Theater. 9 p.m. weeknights, guys. We will see you guys as soon as we can. We will see you guys next time.
I didn't come. I mean, I had a little bit of experience, but I didn't have a whole lot. But throughout my years being in, I'm pretty well off for myself. Done well, and I'm trying to finish this contract and just, go to the next chapter. But we did kind of hijack this guy's room, though.
No, we didn't. Hey, Universe, is that you, John?
Yeah. Hello?
It looks like you, John.
Hello?
Hello?
That's my call sign. Hello? That's my security password. If you ever need to walk across the perimeter, you just say hello.
John, the guy in the top of the room, his name is Sir Seek. Because he's a captain and he's active duty in the U.S. military.
Why are you making this far too simplistically?
Sir Seek, the guy at Universe, he went from the Citadel to be an officer.
Oh,
nice. So I mean, I've been on this app for 5 years-ish. But dude, I think you and John would actually be kind of cohorts in crime.
Oh yeah.
Because like I said, he went to the Citadel.
Oh, I don't participate in crime anymore. I'm strictly involved in politics now.
That's because you lost your fucking congressional fucking run.
So you need ROTC or you need OCS?
I did ROTC.
No, he went to the Citadel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you do ROTC at the Citadel. Everybody does ROTC.
Yeah, military university, yeah.
Yeah, that's John. That's who you're talking to.
Oh, yeah.
And they want to on a commission.
What do you think would happen if a black man ran for president?
I'm not there yet.
The result would be a landslide, and he would be under it. So, I mean, what do you expect to do about unemployment? The same thing I've always done. Go down every Tuesday and sign up. Anyway, do you think being vice president?
To be an officer.
Why the hell would I pay any attention to you? Like, really? I mean,
What they call me?
I like to accuse other people of committing ad hominem projection. But then when I say that other people are committing ad hominem, is that me committing ad hominem projection against an ad hominem projector? Is it right?
That we have together, you know, my pussy's damaged, my pussy's damaged, my pussy's damaged. So they all banded together to try to create one big pussy, and they thought it would be stronger. It wasn't. It's still activity again. Don't go after this ridiculous 8647 shit. Is make it substantive, make it stick, make it matter.
Yeah, that's one of the problems I have too. I think this is shallow and superficial. I don't think it's good enough when we have evidence of him doing seditiony things. Propping up the Russian collusion delusion, making the Steele dossier seem vital and important instead of gossip and innuendo. It's very frustrating. Hey, Edie.
I think it was a crime when he opened the investigation against Michael Flynn.
Me too. It's very hard to swallow. Roger Stone, Michael Flynn, Sidney Powell, all the people that supported Trump were targeted in lawful.
It was a political intended to tie them up and bankrupt them. So in this instance, while people can argue and he'll have to argue what he was meaning when he was using the term 86. What's wrong with him taking his own medicine? Like, I don't see it is politics. It's not like the Democrats are going to. They would have eased up on their lawfare until this indictment came out. They were literally promising to go after every Trump official when the House gets back in office and investigate, or when Democrats take majority in the House, and they're going to investigate every single Trump official. So, they're already promising lawfare against Trump. Shouldn't Trump fight fire with fire?
I think you're joking.
I'm gonna go after Pepe.
I 100% agree with you. I'm somebody who believes that when President Trump is in office, a lot of people need to go to jail. The way they went after Trump and those around him, they had to play dirty. And I don't know how else to do it. I personally do not really give a shit about Comey. I'm not the one who brought this up, but we kind of the conversation started before Comey. It was about radicalization of the shooter. But when it comes to the people that were going after Trump, yeah, I do think something drastic needs to happen to them because they will just keep on doing it. How else do you stop it?
Well, what you could have,
Hold on,
what we
I
could
said
have
I
done.
would go after Hefe, please. So 2 points. Abby, I back-channeled you a PolitiFact that said that the odds of the Senate being retained by the Republicans has gone up. I think the Southern Poverty Law Center scandal is having an effect, and we should push that and amplify that. And that goes back to the propaganda message. We have evidence that people are being manipulated and told that white supremacy is the number 1 threat to our country, and we know better. So we should educate on that. And the second point is, Joe, we are tossing out odds about how likely is it that with this charge, Comey will be convicted and found guilty. The highest percentage the stage gave us was 5%. What's yours?
Talking to me? I'm sorry, I was.
Yes, sir. How you doing? Good to hear you.
I was getting accustomed. No, I don't think it's likely, given the state of clearly in this room right here, if Republicans are thinking it's a bad thing. Comey better get a bunch of clubhouse Republicans on this jury to
well, the thing of it is
generally speaking, one of the big things I think is being missed here is from one of the biggest complaints is Trump's first term was he promised in his 2016 election that he was going to lock Hillary up and spend the steady build up. And then after going through 2020, after going through 2020 and in the years under Joe Biden, it's actually polling very, very strong with Republicans, according to big data polling. And I can look at where it is now, that many of Trump's MAGA supporters wanted indictments, and they want convictions as well. And maybe they don't have the goods, but there was a lot of rattling of the chains a year ago by supporters saying, where are the convictions? Where are the indictments? Why aren't they going after Trump? And I think it actually hurts Trump's chances more with his base, and it is red. This is to get the base up. This is to get the some enthusiasm that Trump's sorely lacking with his Iran war.
Okay, and my concern is we should go after people which we have the evidence to indict, convict, and jail them. And if we're going to put up these charges that have little chance of convicting and jailing them, we're wasting our time and our credibility. And I get that MAG is mad that more people aren't in jail. And also, I don't think this is it. And so I'm frustrated because I want justice too. But this is smacking of vengeance and revenge.
This is not on our priority list. Putting James Comey in jail is not our priority.
Our best shot at Comey would have been in 2018 and 2017. That would have been under the purview of Sessions, which he was a twit, and the DOJ was flustered. We had illegal wiretapping, misuse of a FISA court, omission and tampering of evidence to fit a narrative to go ahead and get those. That all occurred under Comey. Now, whether you could have pinned that to Comey, that would have been a different thing. But he still violated the Hatch Act. He also interfered with an election process in which that does carry criminal charges under it. So he could have we could have prosecuted him. They didn't do that with Comey. I don't know why. It's a short thing, but Comey could have done the Flynn debacle, as was mentioned. Yes, it should have absolutely been reviewed and probably could have been over Dr. Harden, and we could have probably found out that there was some mishandling of evidence and misalignment of that.
They will
Other
add hominin
is
filibuster and just go straight into Cheerios.
She survived big
10
time.
different types
Like
of
all the
Cheerios.
evidence that people have, you have to prove that she's criminally violent. I didn't tell you this, but I can't stand that kind. And she is the worst person on this planet in terms of our political system. But they get away with it. Like, they're clean. There's nothing that sticks to them. There's nothing you can really pin on the Clintons. I mean, shit, the guy lied under oath in front of the American people and they reelected. The power dynamics there are just, you have to sometimes say, hey, there's really not much I can go ahead. After that, Hillary's stock went up. And everybody man knows it was her and that administration that left me and others to go ahead and die. Like that's just a simple fact. Grab that shit. Her administration did it. Uma Abedi, Anthony Weiner. You can't tell me that was the first time that they had child pornography on their webs, on their computers. The servers, the destruction of evidence. They had the crimes there. But they exonerated her. They couldn't make it stick. So, I mean, it's not just what you know, it's what you can prove. And if you're going to go down that pathway, we better go. And if we are going to do that, then we better find some fucking damn good prosecutors. We better find some Republican lawyers that can go on there and not just do CNN or Fox News sound bites and sound good on TV, but they have to be fucking dead on.
When they're upset,
And if
that's
we
going
can't
to be
do that,
mostly
then we
instead.
don't have anybody to blame but ourselves. And Trump made a mistake. Sessions was the worst person to pick. That fucked him up from the beginning. He should have picked somebody a lot better. I don't know who it should have been, but I would have probably put Ted Cruz in. I would have gave it to him and said, here you go, unleash it. And Ted Cruz would have been a dog with a bone at that time, especially because he wanted blood and he wanted vengeance. And he would have went and got it. He would have found a law. But you know what? We didn't do that. Our side wasn't smart in that area. The Democrats threw everything they could at Trump. And he didn't get unscathed. But the man came back more powerful and destroyed the blue wall, destroyed every swing fucking district there we had. He took it over, and we have the power right now. This is just a distraction. We had the narrative for like 2 seconds, and now this is going to blanket it, and everybody's going to be cheering it, and it just gave leverage to the Democrats when we should say, hey, the political violence, your voice is being silenced. We could have rolled with that. We didn't have to do this. This shit was stupid. That AG just dropped the ball on us, and there was so many more fish we could have gone after, so many others, and we're letting them slip through our fingers over stupid shit.
Yeah, no one in this room, but we live in a world where we talk to people outside of this room on Clubhouse where they believe an impeachment of a president means it kicks them out of office. They're not even familiar with that the Senate has to convict them. I think we live in a world today in America where these headlines and these buzz lines play a factor and make effect. It's a momentum game. And I think it was hurting Trump more to not have anything. I don't think a trial on Comey will even be heard prior to the midterm election. I'd like to see a series of indictments come out over the next 6 months, regardless if they hold any water or not. These people in the DOJ work for us. This is one of the biggest complaints against Bondi, was why was nothing moving forward? Well, some of this stuff was working forward. I think now it's just starting to actually come to the news cycle, because I believe they were working on this grand jury for quite a while prior to this, even when Bondi was still in office. So I don't know. This is the machinations of what has occurred over the last year from some of the base demanding some of this stuff. Well, the guy from Rasmussen Reports, he went right into Trump and told him back in the fall, Mark Mitchell's his name, and said, look, your base wants indictments. Your base wants convictions. And at least according to his account, he's like, oh, okay, they want indictments. They want convictions. So we'll see. We'll see. Was doing nothing better and putting us in a better position than doing something about it. And I'm on the side that says do something about it, regardless of the.
All right, if that was the case, so take a look at the impeachments against Trump, the prosecutions from New York City, the release of his tax returns, creating fucking new state laws, manipulating a law to turn a misdemeanor into a federal crime, and then charge him 31 times with the same fucking crime. Then you go, all right, we've got this. Then you got the Georgia, what was her name? Stacey Abrams, not Abrams. The girl that was, yeah, whatever her name is. Yeah, she's Willis, Fanny. She's in a hotbed of water right now, and she's like trying to survive the next day. They tried to do it in Florida, and the Democrats lost on it, which gave power to Trump. I'm not necessarily saying we shouldn't have done anything. I'm saying we didn't have the people that were really going to go after it. We put the wrong people in play, and I'm kind of grateful to Trump right now because he didn't necessarily go after Hillary, because that would have been crazy and it would have been a failure. It would have been a failure, another failure, and who knows how this election cycle that just passed would have turned out if Trump under 2016 with COVID started prosecuting everybody and losing. That would have been an epic loss on our side, and it would have hurt us much more down ticket, and we wouldn't have had the powers to basically shift a lot of things. And I still don't like Mitch McConnell, but hats off to him for securing the courts and making sure a lot of provisions down ticket, down ballot, actually worked in our favor to help propel up and to help us have that sweep of a victory. And, played it right. He set us up. Now it's up to our team to hold on to that. We're going to hold the Senate, and we have a chance. We're probably not going to win a major majority in the House, but it's still a coin flip. We can still take 3-4 seats over. It's still have power, and it would be an epic win for Trump to be able to finish out his term, being able to do a lot of the things he promised, and maybe somehow we get a better win and set up the next administration that could be a Republican, whether it's Vance, Rubio, or somebody else. We could have a shot. And if they do good, we've got 12 years. We've got 12. And you could be a shot for it. A good shot. Not just like some imagination, but an actual good shot. I just don't think throwing shitty fucking prosecutions that all the media is going to cover and not cover any of the other shit. We're just giving too much fodder to the other side to use against us.
It's a good point. It did. When the Democrats did it to Trump,
it was completely appropriate. With that, I was hoping today to give you an opportunity to put to rest the concerns that people have that there were federal agents or assets of the federal government. Mr. Speaker, I rise to wish a very special Attorney General Garland. Elon Musk was a Democrat. For what purposes of
Steve Bannon.
Oh, they did. That's right. They did get a convention.
Yeah, but he kind of set himself up. You can't do that whole Sandy Hook thing.
Wait, that's Alex Jones.
No, Steve Bannon was the one.
Oh, yeah, Steve Bannon. I'm sorry. I was thinking Alex Jones.
Contempt of Congress, Bannon.
He was contempt of Congress. That's right.
Yeah, Bannon was contempt of Congress. But I mean, that's a nothing. Like, that's not a big win.
What? 5 months?
They were also going after him a while back for raising private funds to build the wall back in the first term. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Man, there's been so many of them. I can't even. He's kind of. But you're right. I mean, right. It wasn't effective for the election. I mean, they've been adding their bands, and it didn't work for the Democrats, at least for winning the vote. So, yeah, I thought that really in the long run, other than costing a shit ton of money and time and effort going to do about how they game. So I think maybe going after Tony, satisfies the base, and not going after a figure of a couple after long. You know, that is really rally the base of the left. Because that is it. Going after Hillary and going
But I mean, if we take that point, like again, if Trump succeeds, like let's say he gets the straight, all the Iran thing falls our way, and we start, boom, it starts working out great. Okay, done, settled, over with. And he falls through and he's managed to hit $21 trillion in investment. Now we won't see that in this term, but we have a shot to see it in the next term. We definitely will start to feel it about the midterm after the next administration. That'll trickle down. And he puts that on there. I mean, can you imagine if it's all under conservatives, it's control, and we can actually fund and start doing things and start targeting issues that we have been complaining about for a long time, that we're going to have an economy that's booming under 12 years of stewardship under conservatives. It would take literally 50 years for the Democrats to break that shit. And not that they won't spend us into oblivion, but we really could hold something there, and Trump can walk away with something that will last, I don't know, another 250 years. He'll be able to support this country with those investments. If, again, to big if he hits $21 trillion, because that's a hard goal. That economic boom for the U.S. will cement us for 150 years. That's a lot of power to give to a guy and give it to the next administration, hand it off. And the American economy is steamrolling along. We're all doing a lot better. And the work he's conquered out, a bunch of bullshit. Venezuela is cured. Cuba looks like it'll be cured. Iran's going to be cured. Kim Jong-un is, I don't even know what's going on. Nobody does because he's been quiet. The only thing left is Russia and Ukraine. And quite frankly, no one gives a fuck about either of those two countries in reality. It's just a political oppo. We really do. And Europe is finally starting to pay up a little bit more. And he may take Greenland. Who knows? But I mean, fuck. If he does it, hats off to him. He'll be one of the greatest presidents of all time.
Ready for Mount Rushmore?
Well, 18 to $21 trillion investment. Like, what is it? It's AI. So part of that is going to be AI transition, because there's, obviously they're going to take over some of the workforce and everything else. So there's going to be, and I remember Elon was saying something about universal basic income, which they might have to put that into action. I mean, I don't like the idea of it, but it's one of those things where it might, I mean, it might very well, mean that we go to that, but so it's mainly going to be the AI transition.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead.